Thank you, Roxana. I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that this is the February meeting of the Engineering Committee for the Architects and Engineers Licensing Board for the state of Tennessee, and duly publicly advertised and noted, and that we are not in violation of the Sunshine Law, correct? All right, so Wanda, if you don't mind, would you take roll?
Kathy Ware.
Present.
Ricky Burside.
Here.
Robert Campbell.
Here.
Here.
Stephen King.
Is on his way and will be a little bit late. We can acknowledge him when he comes in. Very good, and thank you. I think we have visitors with us today. If you don't mind, would you please stand and introduce yourself?
Ashley French.
Good to see you, Ms. French. Thank you for being here.
Chris Qualney.
Who? Oh, thank you, Chris. Good to see you. Glad you're here. I know the first item we have on the agenda is the application and audit review, but since Ms. French is here and apparently has questions maybe for the board, for the committee, can we insert her into the agenda first so that she doesn't have to hang around for the entire meeting?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. Ms. French, would you mind coming up to the podium and introducing yourself and ask us whatever you like?
We'll just make sure that light stays red so we can record you.
It's going to be red for a long time. Good afternoon, ladies and gents. I'm Ashley French. I'm of Mississippi origin, but I like to tell people I'm from South Africa.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm going to try and present myself. I might say quite a lot that's not relevant to you, and if I'm saying too much, please stop me. I have a professional engineering license from the Engineering Council of South Africa. I graduated my first degree in 2012, so I've been working in the industry for about 14 years. I have two bachelor's degrees in civil engineering, one in structures, one in urban planning and design, and I have my postgrad in transportation planning. I was trying to go through an application process in order to attain my PE with the Tennessee Board of Engineers, and I recently received my evaluation from NCEES, and I'm not quite sure if you've had the time to cast your eye over it because I really just sent it recently, so that's okay. I'm just trying to get a feel of what to do next. I have had an outcome of a few things that I'd like to get an understanding on. From the NCEES evaluation, I had deficiencies in math and science and deficiencies in general education, and I have 33 hours which are other, and I have too many hours in engineering, which is 15 hours. And I was kind of hoping to get an understanding, my first question being that what is the definition of other, and how does other not qualify for general education? What's the distinction in that?
Fair question. Wanda, have you looked into that? What is NCEES's definition of other?
I don't have that on here. I gave Ms. French the link to look that up. Did you look that up?
Yes, I've had a lot of communication with them, but you know, when you're talking with things over email, it becomes so mechanical, and I know that it has to be mechanical because it's a standard that has to apply to everybody. So I was hoping to get a more,
Are you interested in seeing whether some of the things that would qualify as other may be applicable to
education? Yeah.
Okay.
For
We do
the-
have the definition for general education. Do you
Yeah.
have that?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Again, without having I haven't done any sort of a thorough review of what I suppose the line items that were categorized as other were. I haven't done an analysis to determine whether or not other would fit into these definitions or classifications for general. Wanda, I don't know if you've had a chance to look at that or not, or any of the other any other committee members.
I've not been able, I've not looked at it, no, sir.
I'm really not trying to put you guys under pressure because I know my submission was late, but I'm willing, to come back later at the time that you've looked at it and maybe have, a response for that. I know that I may not get all the responses for the questions that I have. I think my main purpose was to have an introduction so that when you do look at the stuff, you can match my face to the name.
In essence, is that the only question that you have?
That is not the only
Okay,
question.
let's go ahead and be clear with
My
that.
next question is very similar, which is about the hours. I guess I'm trying to get a feel of the board. If I have a deficiency in math and science, and I have 15 hours over on engineering, is it a mechanical feel for the board to say, no, it doesn't work? Because I would think that that's worth something.
Well, I think that the answer to that is, it's going to, without being too whatever, it will depend, right? Your engineering classes obviously have math and science involved in them,
Yes.
but it's more the application of that math and science. So you may only, for instance, in a hydraulics class, you may only deal with the actual science behind water in a very small part of it. You're applying, mass weight of water, and I'm going to mess up all the terms because I've forgotten them, specific weight of water, and all those kind of things in the application. So I think if you look at it from the standpoint of the math and science is the foundational stuff, and the engineering is the application or building on that foundation, and there's a reason that that's in there twice. Now, is some of that applicable? I'm not going to sit here and split hairs and tell you that it's not, but we are probably not classically trained to make that determination. That's why we lean on NCEES, because they have people that evaluate a particular engineering class or something to see if it does meet that criteria. Typically, the math and science deficiencies are difficult to overcome unless you have some other equivalent math and science related thing to plug in there. And we've got a set of kind of criteria that we look at. Now, that's not exhaustive and it's not 100%, but it gives us a framework to try to evaluate so that we treat you and everybody else, hopefully, in a fairly consistent way. Going back to your question on other, which is a good question, by the way, my understanding is those are physical education. They're classes that are not that you chose to take that are not related to the other. Again, I use PE as a backup. I don't know if that's that applies, but I took an extra English class, for instance, when I was in college. I took there were a couple other elective classes that I took, a technical writing that was not part of my curriculum that I took. So, I don't know if those are where they've categorized those or not. I don't have the list of the elective courses in front of me to tell you one way or the other, and I'm not the expert. I'll shut up after this, but we certainly have a person that Dr. Smith, who is a evaluator of curricula, who can look at some of that and see if it matches. He has some difficulty, I think, in the foreign degrees because he just doesn't see a lot it's more of an equivalent with he's a U.S. professor with U.S. back. Hire him for that purpose, and we hire NCAAS because they have they'll have 25 of them from South Africa, for instance, and they'll have 50 from this kind, and they can kind of do apples to apples a little bit easier than we can. So that's just to give you a background, but doesn't answer any question you asked, but that gives you a background.
I'm looking on NCS website now, and maybe some of the other. It says no more than 6 credit hours may come from courses in management, accounting, business, courses in engineering economics, engineering management, systems engineering, analysis, production, and industrial engineering management will not be counted. So those are kind of the other, because they don't fall under any of the humanities or any of the others. Take any of those courses?
Well, the subjects on my evaluation that they classified under other are very far from humanities. They're actually more engineering subjects. So that's why I was like, why did they not fall under engineering? What are they? For an example, I have project management, I have engineering management, I have construction methods, I have surveying 1 and 2, I have drawing 1 and 2. So that's why I'm kind of lost in my yeah. And I have talked back and forth with NCES, and they gave me their solid standards, and they still said, well, it's still up to the board to review and decide on your specific case. And yeah.
They are on the very back. Yes, sir, Mr.
I'm looking at the same thing that Wanda found. It does seem like if they'll take, again, I'm not the decider on this, but I'm just looking at what Wanda found. And since they say you can get credit for 6 hours of that type course, which they include in their other has project management. So that seems a fair question to say, can some of your other count as your general education? So
just to humanities that I have here, I would say it's computer applications. I've got that.
What about your postgraduate work? I think you said that you had
On my postgrad, they said that they only extracted the mathematical related subjects, because on the other subjects I already met the criteria, so they didn't use much of it except for looking for points for the math.
And on the general, where you're missing 13 hours, if you've had a chance to look at the criteria, are there components of this that could net you some additional hours? Like, for example, presentation of a technical topic at a society, convention, or similar event in the U.S. That's 1 semester hour equivalent.
I'm doing that. I'm with Public Works, and I have done a couple of that, and Ms. Vanda did send me a list of other things that I can do, like I believe it's presentation. I do write my citizens exam, that counts too, but those are things that take about 3-4 years to attain. If I look at the weight of the points, that's quite a journey to get there. It's much easier to rather take a class for 6 months or a year to get it over and done with, rather than go through that process.
Even if you could accumulate 3 hours just by things that you've already done, that would be 1 class that you wouldn't have to take, and you'd be that much closer. So I would encourage you to look at this too and see if you can submit that information to Wanda to see if it would be eligible, and then if it pleases the committee, maybe we'll ask Wanda to talk to Dr. Smith to see if some of the hours that she had accumulated in either elective, other maybe I don't see how the engineering would transfer over to math and science, but at least from the elective other, would some of those transfer over to the general education requirements? Sure.
There probably are things you've already done that can count towards the general education, and so that, and then what hadn't counted there, I think, then maybe that might get you close enough to be within a time frame that you like. I guess the bigger question is the math science deficiency there. Is there? Am I missing something there? Is there any?
It's missing biology or chemistry.
Yeah.
Are the components that are missing.
At one point, I did take, I was running for a scholarship with NYU, and I did take a GRE. I don't know if that counts as hours because it's got math section, English section. I don't know if that counts for anything, but I had not submitted stuff like that for us.
Right.
Yeah.
To me, that's the bigger question: is that 14 hours of the math and science? Is there any way other than just taking those courses to get those, unless it's a testing type of a credit?
I don't know the answer to that, but probably somebody inside NCAAS or Dr. Smith may. We can ask that question, certainly. Kathy, did you have something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, as feedback, so I think that the general ed requirements are going to be easier for you to make up because we allow you to get like 9 or 10 credit hours, and you only need, 13, I think. But I was going to say the same thing that Ricky said. The bigger challenge for you is going to be coming up with the math and science equivalents, because what I see you missing is Calculus 3 and Calculus 4 and Physics 2 and 3 and a biology or a chemistry. And those are not things that we have the ability, it's not within our realm of ability to grant you an equivalent. You have to have that. That's part of the basic NCAAS engineering standard education, and we just can't overcome that. So if you're going to, I totally agree with what Alton said with regard to see how many of the general ed requirements you can overcome with things that you've possibly already done that will get you credit hours that are, we have a list of things that we accept in lieu of actual college courses. And that'll get you a long way. But if you're going to have to take a college course, and I think you probably are from what I see, you're going to have to come up with those math and science equivalents. And none of what is listed that I read just the topic of, and I'm not qualified to make that judgment call, but the title of it doesn't seem to me like it's going to get you an equivalency. Surveying 1 and 2 is not the same as Calculus 3 and 4. Engineering management, project management is not the same as physics, and none of those are biology or chemistry. So I hate it for you because you've spent a lot of time in school. You got a lot of time in school. I understand that. But I'm trying just for you to understand that it's not up to us to grant you a waiver. We don't have the ability to do that. We try to make it really obvious to you what you can do to demonstrate equivalency. There are certain things that I see in your transcript that it's not up to us. We can't make that change. Does that help?
I guess the struggle is not that I didn't do it. I did math 1, 2, 3, and 4. I am assuming that perhaps maybe in their matching there might have been deficiencies for them not to mark it that way. So
that's why we rely on NCAAS for the reasons that were stated earlier, is that NCAAS looks at a lot of candidates like yourself with your history relative to institutions of higher learning. We don't know. I mean, if you came up here and you gave us the title of every class that you took, and some of them were physics or were calculus, we don't know. That's why we don't look at it. That's not up to us to decide.
I do have a question. Was your advanced degree obtained here in the United States?
No, it was in South Africa. I did not take it in the U.S. for that reason, because of what is happening now. I wasn't sure I have, before I even advance myself, what do I have for me to go on to the next step? And my last two questions, I'll just put them together, which is Ms. Vanda has given me an answer. I don't know what I'm looking for. Call it peace, call it something. Something hasn't quite settled in my spirit about it. I've had an engineering PE for more than 4 years. I've practiced for like 14 years. I know I look young. I graduated at 16. And I did that, and it wasn't easy. It was hard. And one of the things that, are presented when you walk into getting a PE in South Africa is that, we're part of the Washington Accord, and they state a few countries that are within the Washington Accord, and it clearly states that, the qualifications or experience is comparable. And I find myself I don't understand why I'm in this position if they fall within that agreement. And I believe that Tennessee State does not perhaps recognize Washington Accord because it doesn't use the NCEES procedure, and you don't accept reciprocity, or you don't follow that.
Our state law says that it's ABET or equivalent. It's not got anything to do with the Washington Accord. It's ABET or equivalent. And what the NCAAS is trying to do is to determine your equivalency to ABET. So it's purely what our state law says. As far as it's got no mention of the Washington Accord. That has, from what we're looking at, that doesn't come into play. So what you may very well have had, and as Kathy said, you may very well have had some of these classes embedded in. So, for instance, if you had Calculus 1 and 2, and they covered Calculus 1 was Calculus 1 and 2, and Calculus 2 was Calculus 3 and 4, you may very well have everything you need, but we don't have there's no syllabus, there's no. And NCAA, and maybe from NCAAS's standpoint, some more of that information. But again, they've got access to some of those syllabus, and the university you went to, they can go on. They're able to open that up. But we're strictly looking for ABET or equivalent, and it's got nothing to do with Washington Accord or anything.
And that's reasonable. I just thought, in my interpretation of how it's laid out, that ABET or equivalent would mean that the other criteria are also equivalent to ABET. That's why that accord was formed. But
let me ask you a quick. You said, and I mean to interrupt, but you had you're a PE in South Africa. Okay. Now, how long have you been working in the United States as?
I will be a year in May.
Okay, so that will also be one thing that you have to write. You have to have 1 year of U.S. experience. So, okay. So, I just want to make sure that I didn't know how long we were talking about here. That didn't also hang you up. Sorry, I broke your path there.
I guess I was trying to figure out what are the special cases of reciprocity. And I think you guys have outlined a few things for me that I came through because they did say at the end of the experience or what's on, and they have the final decision based on everything that I had understood or where I am. I'm trying to understand what's my next step for my unique case. What do I need to do? Do I need to work for a year? Submit everything that I have for you guys to look at and then tell me what to do.
I'm sure it's confusing, or at least frustrating, because you feel like you're being told by one organization it's up to them, and by the organization it's up to them. And you feel like they're pointing fingers and saying it's somebody else. For just so you understand how we're related to NCWES, NCWES is not in a hierarchy above this board. It is an independent organization that we rely upon to do exactly what they did for your education background. They tell us whether or not your educational background is ABET equivalent, like Robert said. Some states, but not Tennessee, have the ability to waive, make interpretations, make decisions that are off the board relative to whether or not they will approve. But our board is governed by the state of the laws of Tennessee that don't allow us to do that. So it's not that we're trying to shift blame back to NCWES or that they're trying to tell you that it's really our decision. They're telling you that they did their evaluation and they gave it to us like they would any of the other states, and then we take what they gave us and we make a decision. And we're saying we don't do the equivalency decision. We rely on NCWES for that. That's why it's confusing that we're saying we rely on them and they say it's up to us. So it is, both things are true, is what I'm trying to get you to understand. So with regard to your next step, if Dr. Smith has not done an evaluation, is that correct? I think that's the next step, is that Dr. Smith should do a thorough evaluation, taking everything into account, and then he can give you a roadmap. It'll come through us, but we rely on him. He's independent to the board. He's not on the board. He will do an evaluation, and he will give you a roadmap of exactly what you need. At that point, then you can look back at your history of other presentations, citizenship test, et cetera, other things that might get you some more credits. And then he also can tell you these are the classes that you can choose from to meet maybe the math and science or the general ed requirements or what have you, the things that you would need to flesh that out. There is a path to yes for you, but I don't think it's right around the corner. But I think you will get there, but that's the next step, I believe. Wanda, can you make that happen? Okay.
I have one other question, too. Is your postgraduate work included in the information that you submitted for review?
No, sir.
Can you also provide that?
Yes, has it, but they only used it to, their feedback to me was but I can send that to Ms. Vanda, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
For Dr. Smith, and that may get you some more credits.
I think that would help in his analysis, too, so it may help you.
Don't you think that it's possible that the reason they didn't look at the postgraduate is because that's not relevant to an ABET undergraduate degree?
It may be, though, it may have some of the general requirements.
I mean, it could help her.
Not the math and science
But when
part.
they look at it, they're only looking at, as Robert said, they're looking for ABET accredited undergraduate. That's what they're looking at.
From them. Their response was that the reason they didn't look at it as just that what they need as a bachelor's degree equivalent. They need not look at everything else outside unless there's a deficiency in there.
I think you said they felt like your graduate work was really more engineering courses and you had plenty of engineering hours. So that,
At 15
so
hours.
it sounds like they looked at it and thought that couldn't help you in the math and science.
The over hours were from the 2 bachelor's degrees that I already had. They didn't take from the postgrad. So I studied too much at bachelor's level.
So we do have one part that we can have some flexibility on the math and science, but it's not going to get you as far as where the delta's too big right now. But we have had situations in the past where somebody was just a few hours short, 3, 4, something like that, but they were a very published engineer. Okay, so maybe in grad school they had
Articles.
published a paper on, and you're in transportation, on queuing theory of roundabouts and then studied I don't know, okay?
Or presented.
And presented it and it was a technical paper where you really dealt into the math and science that you might be deficient on. We've had some of those situations where we're able to have a little bit of flexibility, but I think from hearing what you said, you took the classes, again, to your credit, but you don't have that. There's not a biology based research paper or research project that you did that was over in a sufficient amount of time to qualify for some of this. Does that sound, am I on the right?
Yes, on biology, just for math and general education.
Yes.
But
I'm talking about on your, on your math and science, on math and science, biology or chemistry. So for instance, if you had done a research on paper on the bacterial interaction of different type of water bodies or something, and that's that's a biological thing. We have had some flexibility to give some credit for that, but it's not. I mean, it's not going to get you over the line, but it does help a little bit.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Sort of.
I understand. What I wanted to say that what I do have, what I did not submit to NCES were like, introductory programs into business management, which I took in the engineering field at that time, and I did not submit that because they were not mechanical degrees that they were looking. Good. I'll give Ms. Vander the post-grad info, and if that's okay, can I attach my curriculum vitae too?
That might count for some general education.
Anything that would help you, any information that you've got supplemental to what you've already submitted, I think would be a benefit to you. The worst thing they could do is say, no, it's not applicable. So I would encourage you to get everything to Wanda that you can get. Do you have any other questions?
Goodbye question is, if everything was perfect, does this board consider reciprocity in terms of the evaluation of my existing license, PE license? If any professional engineer came up, I'm from South Africa.
I don't think we have no.
I don't think we have the ability to do that.
I don't think, but I mean, that's a question. Actually, I don't know. Because the way our law reads,
I think you still have to meet the minimum requirements.
but it's a U.S., I think Canada and Japan, right? I think are the three that, because I'm just going to claim my ignorance on the Washington Accord. I don't know what that.
they are Canada, Chinese, Taipei, Hong Kong, Ireland, Korea, New Zealand, South Africa, Singapore, United Kingdom, United States of America.
I don't know how our law is written relative to that. I'm just not.
Ashley, do you have an answer?
On the reciprocity question, I do. Our reciprocity statute is TCA 622304. Specific would be section number A in that statute, which provides the board may, upon proper application for a certificate of registration, issue a certificate of registration as an architect, engineer, registered interior designer, or landscape architect to any person who holds a like unexpired certificate of qualification or registration issued to the person by any state, territory, or possession of the United States or any country, provided that the applicant's qualifications meet the requirements of this chapter and the rules established by the board.
I guess what I was trying to get to was that once I've met this trajectory and met the hours, does that mean I would qualify for that? That's what I was.
If you said this and I missed it, I apologize, but have you already taken the PE exam somewhere?
Yes, Well,
In the United States.
Not in the United States?
In South Africa.
In South Africa.
And she's
I'm a
practiced
professional
for 10
engineer.
years, I believe you said.
Yeah.
Same PE exam that we give in the U.S., that's the exam you took?
I cannot say it's the same because I haven't
Okay.
seen what this one looks like.
Okay.
But with ours, I can tell you what the process is. It's not that we write the exam, but prior to that, I write reports of my experience depending on which one I want. If I'm falling into transportation, the criteria which we want you to have the specific experience, and I would qualify that experience, and they might turn it back and say, hey, we don't think you know enough about design, and you have to go back and work some more in the design. And once they've qualified that,
I think that may be another question. Again, see, NCAAS is the one that administers the test for us. And I don't know if the test you took is considered by them to be an equivalent test or not. If they say that is an equivalent test and you have an equivalent path that you go through or whatever, then I think you're probably in line to have a committee or whatever go through. Now, we do have one small thing that I'm not sure. Did you take a Fundamentals of Engineering exam?
here,
No. Anywhere.
I'm saying no because I cannot relate specifically to the work
That's fine.
in your
That's
question.
fine. I
I might
understand.
have done
Well,
it as
and
something
the only
else,
reason I'm saying that is
and things are so different.
there is a part of our statute that says, no, that's to be eligible to take the PE test. It's not for comity necessarily, although it may be. That's the only thing that you've got 12 years. If you don't have the FE, you can take the PE after 12 years. That's the only part that may stop you a little bit, because we have a two-tiered system. We take the Fundamentals of Engineering, and then 4 years later we take the Professional Engineer test. And we've written that Fundamentals of Engineering, either you pass it or you have to wait 12 years before you can take the Professional Engineering exam. I'm not sure how that relates to comity or reciprocity. We need to get an answer. We can get you you may have it, I don't know.
And I think the piece even on the exam, NCAAS would likely be able to evaluate are both of the exams there, because our statute does list the two exams.
Ricky, did you have a question?
Yeah, I was just going to say, look, and Ashley can say this better, but what you read previously says any country provided that you meet the qualifications in our law, and one of the qualifications is to take and pass a test by NCEES. It doesn't say or equivalent.
Sorry, I was just pulling up that statute. You're referring to TCA 62-2401, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
in one where it talks about the path, where the first test that talks about there for the fundamentals is the FE, and then talks about the PE, but it says admitted to an examination prepared by NCEES and the principles and practice upon passing the exam. It doesn't say an exam by NCEES or equivalent that I see.
That is correct. Right. The statute does provide that the examination, it provides an exact language, examination prepared by National Council of Examiners for Engineering and Surveying.
If that is the case, if the exam you took wasn't prepared by NCEES and we don't have any latitude there, I would think that if you had all your qualifications, that would qualify you to take the test. If you had 12 years of practice, you would not have to take the FE test. You would then take the PE test.
Is my 12 years of practice
Right.
good enough from South Africa to waive the fundamentals of
That is,
engineering
I
terms?
think that is up to our review.
You'd have to submit
Yeah.
what your work was, specifically what you were doing, what your tasks and assignments were you under the direct supervision of a licensed professional and things like that?
Yeah, we would review that.
I think there's a few unknowns that we need to try to get before we give you a better answer.
But we will do that. And thank you for being here. Is that everything? Did you,
Thank you for your time. You really gave me plenty of it. Thank you so much.
ma'am? Thank you for being here. Okay, I think next on the agenda is the audits and reviews. First one is Laura Ashley Doss.
You want to assign these to each one of us?
Well, if
Or
I'm,
do you just want to go through?
well,
them? What do you
actually, I think most of these are questions. They're not new reviews, are they? The people that ask for alternate opinions. So on Miss Doss, Ricky, I believe you reviewed and approved it, and Robert and Kathy did not and requested more experience. And but Robert, I think you had asked for discussion on that one.
At the top, the new she sent in is at the very top of the application.
Are you saying page 1 of what's under her name is the new stuff? Okay.
This one, Wanda, I think it looks like that. Robert, it looks like this one.
It's at the very top of the application when you first pull it up.
I actually looked through this, and I read both. I read the one that she originally submitted, and I read the one that she submitted post original, and I think she did a good job of trying to bring clarification and additional information in. I'll preface what I'm going to say by expressing my opinion that it's if this board, its objective is really to promote licensure, I generally would like to do what I could to give people an opportunity that want to pursue licensure to do that. So I may be a little biased in what I say here, but when I read through her list of work tasks, and I've highlighted some things that I thought were applicable to the practice of engineering, like determining excavation quantities, areas, lines and grades, assisting with staking projects, and having certifications for materials and erosion prevention control, testing for bridge decks and footings. There's a project engineer over various projects, overseeing things including like the materials that were used, making recommendations for alternate materials that maybe served a better purpose or presented a longer life expectancy, reviewing engineer plans and specifications, conducting PS&E review, verifying that quantities were accurate. That implies that they too ran some sort of either a computer program or calculations for validation of that. Somebody would have had to have known the applications of engineering in order to be able to do that. I'm a little bit afraid that she may be a victim of the fact that she works for TDOT and has been placed in a role where she's not working in an actual design capacity, even though she's working directly under the supervision of licensed professionals. But to me, some of the things that she's indicated in her amended experience would need to be the practice of engineering or require engineering knowledge and technical knowledge to be able to make some of the decisions and recommendations or provide the level of oversight that she did. So And the last thing I noted on here was that she supervised interns, engineering students, and entry-level engineers, transportation project specialists. And to me, if you're supervising engineers, you ought to be a licensed engineer. And wants to be a licensed engineer, and I think her, given the assignments that she's been assigned and the job that she's got, maybe hasn't given her the latitude to do a lot of design work, but she certainly supervised or reviewed, not supervised, reviewed a lot of design work to ensure that it was compliant and accurate, which requires the fundamentals of engineering. Hey, Ricky.
I thought I would maybe just say a little bit about why I approved it, and that I have been in a design capacity my whole career, and so I struggle with looking at these applications on progressive experience with engineers who are not in the design world. But I've listened to Steve, and I learned.
It was late.
No, I learned.
Oh yeah, let the record reflect that Steve King is.
I have learned from Steve that that if we want PEs and other who are doing other jobs other than design, which we do, we're not limiting PEs to just design engineers. Then we have to get in and examine their experience to see that we still have described in progressive experience, use of theoretical engineering and that sort of thing. And it is hard to say somebody just approving pay requests and filing things is getting progressive experience. So I look at this, and this is civil engineering. And I'm mechanical, and I'm more familiar with mechanical and electrical. If it says I designed a grading plan, then I know there was some design there. But these tasks in here, I felt like there were probably some progressive experience, design experience in there, or application of theoretical engineering. But I certainly yield to the civil engineers on this committee. So anyway, that's the way I looked at it.
One other thing that I did note, that all, I think, 6 of her references did answer yes to question number 8. Is the applicant qualified to be placed in responsible charge of design or supervision of work with full authority to change designs or specifications? Each one of them answered yes.
Now, as somebody who said that I didn't think she had enough experience, let me just say why. And I'm not deeply wowed by her revision to her experience application. I took into account all the people who are registered engineers who gave her very high marks and said they would recommend her, and I know almost all the people on that list, and I respect their opinion, and I'm sure that they feel that she's ready. But in her most recent application, experience part of the application from March of 18 to present, I had a scoping meeting. I negotiated with the project manager multiple times in order to come to an agreeable price. I reviewed workload projections. I determined if we can use consultants on the project. I led a constructability review in which we decided to use geofoam. I provided a recommendation and concurrence on a project for CCTV in Chattanooga where the correct proposal contract missing updated wage rates and had corrected them for all local program proposals and bids. I addressed local program questions. I set DVE goals. I reviewed the opportunities available for DVEs. There's just a lot for the past year from March to present. There's a lot of things that I saw that I thought were administrative in nature and did not represent an advanced sense of responsibility for quote-unquote engineering. It seemed to be, it may be, and it even may be a stretch in my mind, I don't know, but advanced responsibility at the administrative level. but not with regard to the end product responsible for health, safety, and welfare of the public. It just didn't come across that way to me. And I'm reading it again. I continue to review and approve all CEI invoices. I enter the invoices for payment. I evaluate the necessity of supplemental agreements and develop an independent cost estimate and a schedule. I develop CEI scope. I determine a fee ceiling. Those are things that are administrative.
They are, but there are other things in here that are specifically engineering-based, and the decisions that she has to use in order to formulate those opinions are engineering-based. And again, I don't want to get hung up on the fact that she's performing her job, that those responsibilities are assigned to her.
I agree. I think she is somewhat a victim of the fact that her career trajectory has not guided her to higher and better usage of engineering skills and what she went to school to do. And I don't know why that is, but it doesn't look like it's going upward from bottom left to top right. It looks like she's being assigned and probably doing a great job, because they all say she is. All of her recommendations are very good. And like I said, I know those people. And if they feel good about her, then I feel like that's a great endorsement. And if we want to give her the chance to sit for the exam because she's a victim of her circumstances, but on the basis of whether or not she's doing engineering and progressive engineering experience from year 0 to year 4, I don't see it.
I don't want to take a contrarian viewpoint on that, but I guess I am. But when she first started, she was doing a lot of training. Her first year was almost wholly dedicated to training and getting certifications. And then beyond that, though, it does appear that, she was part of a team that was doing, obviously, CEI-related services. But as her career progressed, she became the leader of that team, and then apparently, even beyond that, the leader of a program. Plus, reviewing project plans to find potential conflicts, issues with contractors to address constructability issues. One of the things that you read too, Kathy, from 318 to present, led the constructability review for a specific project, recommended modifying the plans to use a product that was a little bit different than what was designed and specified, because based on her information or calculations or whatever experience, they reduced the load on the retaining walls and implementing a full closure during the process. I agree that for whatever reason, she's filled a responsibility inside that organization that's kept her on this career path doing CEI services. Well, CEI services don't allow you to actually practice design. You're not performing design. You are reviewing design. You're reviewing specifications. You're reviewing plans. You're making modifications, sometimes at the plan review level, sometimes at the construction, during construction. They're all engineering-based changes or modifications. So it appears to me that as her experience has grown, so has her ability to understand when something needs to be modified or when it needs to be changed or altered. And I agree with you. A lot of what's captured in these descriptions is administrative. Processing pay requests, reviewing contracts with engineers, reviewing change order requests, things like that. That is all administrative. But if I look hard enough, I can find things that directly correlate to having to have practical engineering knowledge and experience to be able to perform the service. And again, she's asked to be authorized to sit for the PE, not to seal drawings yet.
But she will be able to if she
She will.
passes.
So you're not coming back for another level.
No, she doesn't have to come back and say, well, I'm only certified. So here's why I rejected her. I think that for the first year and a half, she was doing exactly what she needed to be doing to get it to be licensed, and then for some reason, in the last 3 years or something, it's fallen off the bench and gone into a contract administrative role. When I look at what she's done, I see that, and I took the Progressive Engineering Experience spreadsheet, engineering certification spreadsheet, and it does have, and I went through the construction stuff. I went through time studies. I went through analysis of workflow, scheduling. There's a lot of stuff in there. Analysis of materials, all kinds of study. I mean, there's all kinds of words in there. I don't see any of those in what she's done in the last 3 years. I see someone who was very talented at what she did initially and got placed in a position. And I will disagree that just because she's in the position, we ought to take that into account. I could have an engineering student that comes out of college, has an engineering degree, passes their FE, and then goes and becomes a stockbroker. And because they're in a stockbroker industry, because they're in a job where they can't get progressive engineering experience, then we ought to all of a sudden allow them to sit for the PE. I think our job is to evaluate where that progressive engineering experience gets them to the point where if she does pass the test, then she can go from that job to another job and know what she doesn't know and be able to competently seal any kind of drawing, and because she's not going to be in this position forever. And so that's why I still stand behind denying that. I think she needs at a minimum a couple more years of, if it's construction experience, take that to progressive engineering or that engineering certification list and go through some of that. But what I see is with proven pay requests, writing contracts. That's not. There's parts of that, but that's like 10% of what I do. That's not 90% of what I do. And I see something here where that's 90%, and that concerns me. And it doesn't look like the workflow is becoming progressively harder. So even somebody in a construction site, construction industry, you start out by managing the sheetrock crew, and then next year next week you're the sheetrock crew and the foundation crew, and you're progressively showing more and more responsibility. So I just don't see that in this.
That's the list.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
Y'all feel free to go through it, but I think I already have with what I perceive that she had.
Not heard from yet.
Well, Robert's the one that's the most familiar with TDOT, and I'm not sure what a operations district specialist is in the TDOT world. Do you know?
I don't. I mean, it's obviously, I looked at what she had down on a piece of paper, not in her title.
They don't call, they don't use the word engineer in their job titles. Does this position require a engineering degree?
I don't know.
Well, some of the ones that we've discussed that I've been familiar with were people that work for the city of Knoxville in the engineering department. And Robert and I've had these discussions about how valuable or not valuable is review. And in those situations, I was able to go back and describe some of the engineering software that these people use to evaluate Robert's design, for example, when he applies for a permit. I do struggle a little bit more here. But in my opinion, and I'm probably going to talk about this tomorrow also with the letter we got from the attorney, but we tend to, in a law without a definition of engineering, we sure like to bottle it up into what we think it ought to be, and it's not even defined. So I tend to view what engineering is a little more broadly than some because, and take this particular applicant out of the equation, but someone could get a degree in civil engineering and go straight to work for TDOT or any city or county and do maintenance and try to get a license. And, you know, they're going to run into the same problem. You know, we can look and see if it's progressive or not, but this board really likes to see design experience. And engineering is not all design. The regulatory part of it, where we like to talk about plans and specs and somebody putting their stamp on it, you know, that's a little more clear cut. But there's a lot of engineering and people working as engineers that don't fit that mold. So that's what I struggle with. And I want people that are doing what I say is engineering, but it's not typical engineering, that it's not typical of people that we see coming before us wanting to get their license, because most of them are on that design track and they want to work for a consultant and produce plans. But I want us to pull those other people that are doing engineering, even though it's not that kind of engineering that produces plans, into our fold. So I think it helps us and them if they're licensed.
Just make sure that you understood what I said. I never used the word design in any of my evaluation.
I'm not. I wasn't specifically
I
talking about.
I took that sheet that talked about all the other elements that are not analysis, and they've got stuff like time studies, constraints, all those kind of things, and I put her through that lens that's a more construction lens, and tried to evaluate it based on that, and I found that severely lacking.
And I meant to, and I thought I did, but I was trying to talk about it in general rather than this specific applicant, because we have had a lot of these discussions about design-related experience, and there is a value to that, because these people can get their license if they've been doing maintenance for 4 years, and when they get their license, they can start putting their stamp on a design, and I know that, but so can a electrical engineer start stamping civil engineer. I mean, we've got that problem, unless we want to start licensing as per a specific discipline.
Like structures.
Here's my biggest concern with the experience that was provided was that it started off good and it plateaued. And she did not seem, after, I believe it was 318, yes, so 318 to present is the last entry for experience. And that's roughly a year of her experience that is not progressive. It just doesn't seem to be anything that is above and beyond. I almost felt like it was regressive, that she went backwards into administrative, as opposed to, she starts off with the GTA stuff, and I thought that makes perfect sense to me. Then she goes, even when she talks about being the operations district specialist, and she says, negotiated change orders, reviewed plans and specs, provided technical guidance, recommended engineering solutions to various issues that surfaced during project execution. I totally understand that. That is what a construction engineer does. They are in the field, eyes on the project, negotiating with the contractor, the designer, looking at what the IBC might be, what the standards for construction might be. You know, no matter what the environment is, they're trying to make sure that the building is constructed the way it should be constructed. And all of that made sense to me. But when I got to 318 to present, I thought, no, I'm sorry, but progressive engineering does not include setting DBE goals and entering CEI invoices into the system for payment. It just didn't seem progressive.
Are you giving her credit for the first year, 13 to 14?
Yeah, so I'm saying she started fine.
Well, but she's got, if you do that, she's got over 4 years before she gets to 318.
Maybe I did the math wrong. I just looked at the last part of it, and it did not look progressive to me.
13, 14, 15, 16.
14, 15.
I think 550 from 2015 on is not progressive engineering experience, in my opinion.
money. I would have taken off the first year.
Is it?
Because that's technician work.
Roxana, can I
Surveying
ask,
work.
Well, but not in their system.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah, I
and I do
understand,
think
yeah.
it's wrong to penalize her
Yeah.
because the GTA position is a graduate engineer. It is somebody that graduates from an engineering program. And so if you're going to be in the GTA program for the state of Tennessee,
Let me look
DOT,
at what Robert said he didn't let, starting at 5,
2015
okay.
to the end.
I give her some partial credit. I just didn't feel like it was enough. I did not see 4 years of progressive experience. I just didn't see it. And for the record, I still don't see it, so.
ask just a protocol question. Given that the board, the committee appears split on this, is a vote appropriate?
Definitely can. That's what it would come to unless you recommend she give us something else. So it's either a vote or is something else that she can provide.
I don't think that's the way it works on application approval. Application approval, she has to be approved by 2. And only 3 of us that can do it. So it's not a vote of this committee.
So it'd be a vote of the 3 that can vote to approve it.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
I'm sorry. And right now,
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir, Ricky.
Wanting to protract this too much, but this is on our website that defines progressive engineering experience. And the 3 broad categories are practical application of theory, management of engineering, and communication skills. Those are the 3 make up progressive experience. So let's bypass practical application theory just a second. Management of engineering involves planning, scheduling, budgeting, and contracting. I think it's apparent she's been doing that.
Yes.
So that's the second. The third is communication skills. Accumulation of project knowledge through interpersonal communication with supervisors, clients, subordinates, or team interaction. Transmission of project knowledge. I think that she's bound to have met this communication skills part. So that's 2 of the 3, the management. and
Does it require all 3 or just?
That's the way it defines practical. What constitutes progressive engineering experience, and it lists these 3. It doesn't say one's greater than the other, but each of these 3 is explained. And so I would take that to say
Either or.
well, that you're getting some of each of those 3. So the first one is probably the problem: practical application of theory. There's analysis, which the way they describe analysis is, feasibility studies, constructability, value engineering, safety, risk assessment, economic issues, maybe some of that in there. Design, I didn't see any design in there. Testing, did she have some testing in there? There was some testing of concrete in there. Implementation of engineering principles in design, construction and research, performance of engineering cost studies, process flow and time studies, implementation of quality control and assurance, safety issues, and environmental issues. All those are under practical application theory. There may be some of that in what she's described, but and then systems application. Again, there's some of that could be in there. Time in the engineering process, difficulties of workflow, scheduling, equipment life, corrosion rates, and replacement scheduling. She's probably done some of that. And then knowledge of understanding of codes, standards, regulations, and laws. I didn't see any of that described, but that's possible. But what I wonder is if we agree she's done the management and communication skills, if this practical application of theory section with its description, if we went back to her and said, you really need to show more how you meet, how you have had experience in these activities. Is that fair, a fair direction? Or it's, you need to get another year or two of experience, and this is what you need to concentrate on. If we can at least point her to practical application of theory part of this, and with the thought that the management and the communication skills are probably met.
Doesn't NCAAS require an answer tomorrow? So, I mean,
She has to register. She has to register by tomorrow. Oh, yes, by tomorrow.
that brings up another, maybe another issue about when these things get to us, and that's not going to give her any time to provide any other supporting information, which means that she'll have to be, if she does elect to pursue this and follow, I like Ricky's recommendation, it won't be until the October period before she'd be able to sit for the exam, right?
Right, and she'll have to provide that information by July.
Kathy, thank you for that, the clarification. I do think I knew that only the 3 board members, not the associates, were the reviewers, and actually made that determination. Given that, is there any other discussion on the issue?
How do we all vote then?
I think you're discussing in the chance that what you voted on would change. So if in the discussion, things that Alton or Mr. King presented made you see things differently, you 3 would still be deciding what to proceed or what else you'd be missing.
I'm not trying to be obstinate, it's just why do we all vote?
Yeah, we've been told to make a motion and a second and vote on applicants.
Committee, not a.
Yeah. Looking at this, and I'm not trying to change anybody's mind, but just the fact she was in maintenance and construction more in the field. That last job was at headquarters. That's why she turned more administrative. She's doing statewide things. She's not on the ground anymore, So I suspect she got a promotion to go to headquarters.
What was the name of the document that you read from?
The title is Engineer Intern Certification, Tennessee State Board of Architectural and Engineering Examiners, Background Information for Engineer Interns. And the specific title that we're talking about is what constitutes progressive engineering experience. And it's on our website.
Given that Steve and I don't matter, should we for formal process, I suppose maybe we'd want a vote for the 3 board members, and then maybe a recommendation to her for what she might do to make herself eligible between now and July.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan.
A question for Wanda, but in the past when we've had candidates that come up for discussion and we haven't necessarily reached the point where 2 of the 3 voting members have weighed in, I believe that you have actually come to us at some point and put a piece of paper in front of me and said, sign here. I guess I'm just saying I don't think we vote on these things per se. We either
sign
approve or disapprove,
on
and if we want to overrule
Right.
what we previously voted, but if we don't overrule what we previously voted, there's nothing to do.
Like you just signed disapproved, and you may put a comment about what you want from her.
Which is already in the record. if it's not going to change. Okay.
So let me ask this then individually. Kathy, do you want to change your recommendation?
I do not, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Ricky, do you want to change your recommendation?
I said I would yield to the civil engineers. So I do think that I'll probably write, after the discussion, that I would say that she needs to wait until the fall and refer to this to either document or actually obtain some more experience in the practical application of theory. That's what I'll do.
That's good. Thank you. And Robert, do you want to change your recommendation?
No, I think my original one was, I don't see progressive engineering experience, and that's changed. I think Ricky's idea, although she's had that at her disposal for the month terms, I think, right now my recommendation doesn't change until we get something.
Months enough, or do you want a year?
Here's one of the things that I find on some of these that are construction related. Oh, that really sounds good that you're setting, you're writing contracts and you've worked on projects that are very expensive. You blow over the top of the things that you have done that are the money. Maybe she can go back in her files or whatever and see those things during that time when she was writing that were along those lines, and it would come out quickly, right? I mean, she would have not by tomorrow, but by the next 6 months. And that would be my hope, is that those things could come out, that the details of, I was on a $30 million construction project is not the same as I scheduled the workflows for every trade on that project, and I developed critical path schedules, and I rerouted the drainage system around the foot of the building because of poor soil conditions, which I helped. I mean, those are details of a construction project that maybe that would jog her memory on what she's done. But the way it is, it's the same experience, it seems to be, that what we got from the original application.
Here's what I would tell her, and if you're going to write something up, and I'm happy to provide further guidance on her, and like I said, I always want to try to get people to yes. I want them to get across the finish line, get qualified, sit for that exam as soon as they can. But she would do herself a favor to expand on 515 to 318, which is a 3-year period of time, and the previous 2 years to that I find acceptable. I know that is the natural progression of a graduate engineer into the TDOT program. You come into the GTA, and then maybe you work for the field engineer, the project specialist, or district specialist, whatever they call it. That's fine. That's 2 years. And she's doing what you would consider to be low-level, low-responsibility engineering, some of it even what we would call technician work, but that's okay. That's what they do. But when she gets to this third entry of 515 to 218, it's a very short paragraph, and it reads as if she is sitting somewhere shuffling paper. And if she's doing something that she can blow up and let us understand some true progressive responsibility and engineering judgment that others are relying on, or a work product that she drafts. It doesn't have to be design. It can be some type of work product that she drafts for the review of a PE above her. Something that gives us a progressive interpretation of what she's doing that is more than what she was doing in the past. Then she'll have more than 4 years experience, and she can sit in the fall. But I don't see her taking her last entry from 3/18 to the present and being able to take that period of time and make it demonstrative of progressive experience. And I hate to be so wordy about all this, but I'm just trying to help her get to the point. If she has something she can share with us that's better than what we've seen, but what she gave us is really, it reemphasizes what my original position was. It's just not progressive. I'll shut up.
Okay, thanks to everybody. I think we have a decision and a direction.
Before you go, I still am concerned, confused, just why in the past the entire committee has voted, and we voted anti, right? I mean, it's not been a whitewash of 6-0 or whatever. You voted against me, and that vote I always thought was recorded. Now, if we've been doing something wrong for the last 8.5 years,
On applications, you voted?
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
We voted on applications.
I agree, but it dawned on me that that's not what it says.
Philip Lim probably started us on this path.
And I'm sure that's
Let the
right.
record show.
But again, I think on this application, it would have, I mean, just reading the room, it may have made a difference if we'd have had a 5-person vote as opposed to a 3-person vote.
Given on the applications that just the three of you review them and approve or deny, then at the, correct me if I'm wrong, or maybe we need, I think you're debating it and answering each other's questions, but then exactly as Wanda has, you're filling out whether you approve or deny it.
But we also have, my understanding again, was that there is not a prohibition against those members,
Correct?
the associate members,
Being given.
being able to review applications. And I thought that during this meeting, it was a de facto, we're giving them permission to review applications. Again, that I just maybe a little, let's look at the past versus and get a better clarification on. I just, not that I'm disagreeing with what you're saying.
No, and
I just-
my gut is on the committee that you all can definitely sit and vote, but you're right, on applications, you don't all review them and approve
Right.
them. It's just the
But that's
three of you.
the only thing I would say that may be different is we're doing all this in a open body where we all see the information simultaneously versus when I'm doing this at midnight at my desk, with the 4,700 of them that I have in front of me.
That's why you have cookies.
See, I knew me griping would get there eventually, but if we can, that is me individually, and it's 3 independent. Just something for us to play with a little bit.
Yeah, what we have been doing since I've been on the board is we come in here and we have a list of 8, and we assign 1 or 2 to everybody on this committee, board members and associate board members. They present it, they give a recommendation to the committee, and then everybody voted, and it was either approved or not approved. And like Robert said, maybe that was totally wrong.
Well, and what
But-
happened when you were split, 3-2?
We went by the vote. It was the vote.
But it was pretty rare, which is why we're.
Yeah, I mean, we
Which is
made
why I
it
think
for-
it's being questioned as you brought it up, because in a
Yeah.
committee setting, normally it is you're going to vote and be equally
Yeah.
applicable. But when it comes to a disagreement on the applications, the 3 members that review would just be the 3 of you. So it could be that we've not been wrong, you've just not disagreed to where you've limited to the ones that are allowed to. Yeah.
Most of our votes, if we disagree, it's one person, and it's usually me.
That's not true.
It's very likely.
Yeah. Well, we've never distinguished though between full board members or associate. When we got to this meeting and took a vote, we never distinguished one from the other.
You're allowed to, without a doubt. be able to, they are allowed to look at the applications and review as well. Right now, we don't. The three of you are the only ones that review applications throughout. But you can give authority to all the engineering members to look at them.
I thought the opinion came back that we could review it, but
Paul
those
would
three still
sign
had
off
to sign
on
it.
Yes, you would sign off on them.
Why Robert said,
Yeah.
Right.
if I'm going to have to review
Well, I think where we are is you use the associate members to discuss, and then the three of you decide.
I feel appropriately used.
It's life.
Shall we,
Let's go to the next.
shall we
one.
move on?
Yeah.
Let's please do.
And we won't vote.
The next item for discussion is Andrew Robert Faust. The application has not been reviewed. Evidently, he's licensed in this state, but he let his license lapse recently. I think it said in his letter that he thought his privilege taxes took care of that, addressed that, and he's asking for reinstatement, or applying for reinstatement. Is that correct? Has everybody seen the information that Wanda sent out for him? One of the things that he did ask, I think, now he's gone into his family business, which was a licensed professional working for different either industries or consulting firms. But since he's left and gone to the family business, I think he was the engineer, and therefore he hasn't been practicing under the supervision or with another engineer in his company that could be a licensed professional reference for him, so he has permission to use his previous references. I really don't have an issue with that. They understand and know what he did when he did it, and he was working for them and under their supervision.
I didn't have an issue with it either. I mean, he's got more than 5 years of experience working for engineering companies under PE. I thought he was able to meet the requirement of showing that he worked at least 4 years under PE.
I agree. I'm sorry, go ahead, Ashley.
I just wanted to point out that there is a rule regarding references, specifically rule number 0120-01-.0. And the last sentence.
Could you tell me that one again?
Yes, sure. It's 0120-01-.09. The rule is titled References. The last sentence of the first paragraph in that rule, item number 1, provides no reference will be considered if prepared more than 2 years prior to the date of the application.
In theory, I suppose then he could go back to the same references that he had before and ask them to be references for him again, just fill out the forms today or soon.
He was saying he could not do that.
No, that's incorrect. All those people that are on his reference form are alive, kicking, and running around. Three of them that I know of anyway are. So one of them sings a mean.
Especially when he's drinking. I know who you're talking about.
What's that song? Ever Call Me Darling? He did a good job with that.
What is the date that the references made their reference? Do we know?
2011.
2008 through
So that doesn't
2011, I think.
That doesn't meet that two-year rule.
But here, I think if we're, Ashley's exactly right. We've had similar questions before, and I think he does need to go back and get his references. I mean, they can be, they don't have to be people he's worked with day before yesterday, but certainly these references would still have some knowledge and relationship, and I would encourage him to go get a couple of references, or at least one, of somebody that he's had some interaction with in the last 3 or 4 years that could attest something that's more current. I mean, people change. I think that 2-year requirement is in there. So
how many do you?
I would like to see at least one that's a current one. The others can be, because we've got people that go back 40 years with references because their jobs are, they were with those individuals 40 years ago and that was their supervisor at that time. And then there's another one 20 years later and another one 10 years later. So I don't think. I think I would prefer to see a newer one just from somebody saying he's.
It doesn't have to be somebody that he directly works with. It could be somebody he associates with or another vendor or supplier.
I think it's more of a character thing just to make sure that they're good, because we don't know the individual, and somebody that could attest to that or vouch for that would be a good thing.
Help with that, Wanda? Okay.
So is he backing up, and since he let his license lapse, he's taking the test again? Is that
No.
what's it?
Applying for
It's to
reinstatement.
reapply.
Okay.
I do notice that he took the Tennessee Laws and Rules and Ethics for Professional Engineers class, so.
I think we get a lot of reapplications, and they go back and get references every
I'll get
time. yeah.
five references.
So, I mean, we're not asking him to do anything that everybody else doesn't do.
Correct.
Okay.
So the position is to go back and get 5 references. Even if even if they may be references that he worked with 10
It
years ago.
doesn't really matter when.
Doesn't.
It's just that they should have completed them within the past 2 years.
Right. So go back and update the references, but
Right,
provide us 5.
But that's what he's saying he could not do. That's what his letter indicated. Does need 5, not 1.
Oh, he needs all 5 of them.
Okay,
to get Dave.
okay.
Yeah, and then again, one of those.
So they can be different 5.
It could be a different.
Just
Ju-
get
Just
5.
5 references, right. And out of the 5, the 3 have to be PEs. It's what we
But
normally.
he's
Yes.
got that on this
Okay.
list. I mean,
Okay. Any other comments? Next is Mr. William Joseph Henderson. Ricky approved. Robert and Kathy needed more, felt like he needed more experience. He sent in a letter sort of clarifying, I think, the experience requirement. Has everybody had a chance to review the letter? A minute.
whenever.
Everybody had a chance to review it? Kathy, you have a?
Yeah, I'll be glad to go. So this is kind of in our backyard in terms of the types of people that are hired and what they do. And I would give him the credit for the first 2.5 years experience, but the last 1.5 years experience is not remotely progressive. I'm familiar with what he's saying is that he got promoted and within the system of the company that he works for, and now he's in charge of a lot of things, but it kind of goes back to that whole administrative managerial thing. It's not engineering. He's not doing engineering. If in our industry, if we had people working like he says he did for 2.5 years, then the next step up is to actually start working as an engineer doing geotechnical investigations or material investigations or facility engineering or something that is more relevant to assessment, construction observations, and engineered solutions in the field, and or design or geotechnical solutions, et cetera. But it's not another 1.5 years of approving Deltec invoices and improving morale in the office. That's just not progressive engineering experience. So that's why I didn't give it to him. I saw his letters that he wrote an email to Wanda, and then he wrote another letter and tried to explain it further, but I didn't see any additional information that changed my mind. So that's basically what I saw as far as his experience level.
I will second that, very well put, and it also concerned me a little bit that when he went into this management program, he was replaced by a senior engineering technician, not a engineer. And so that tells me that some of the things that he was doing, the company didn't consider required an engineer to do. I mean, that's just,
Again, that's not a knock on him. I mean, that is true in our industry.
Yeah, and I'm not, that's not a knock, but
that
it's
is
not,
true.
It's,
That's right.
It's something that causes you to have a little bit of pause on how intensive the experience was even before. But I agree 100% with what Kathy said with that last 1.5 years.
Also, and the guy Wayne Harnack is listed as a supervisor for the entire 4 years, and Wayne's a good engineer. I'm not complaining about Wayne, but for him to be the guy who is his boss, and the guys in Pensacola, which is a plane right away, he can actually be working directly under the supervision of a PE. And he's in Pensacola. It's not in the industry in which he's in. Maybe it is in the design field, but from what I understand about what he does from a day-to-day perspective, that's not engineering supervision.
Kathy, can I, and again, just for my own edification, I agree with you that a lot of what he talks about from December 16 to current is a lot of administrative management. In that first paragraph, from December 16 to current, down towards the bottom, it says report review and report writing. Did you take that to mean more administrative reports, or are those technical reports?
Well, because he references a lot about the lab, and he talks about the AASHTO lab and CCRL, and all of that is true, that in order to have a validated lab by that organization, you do have to have a PE who's in charge. But I took his report review and report writing to reference test data, not engineering reports. That's what I see there. His RSO in the paragraph that follows on that same page does not require a PE. RSO is Radiation Safety Officer. It's not a PE required certification. And neither is the XRF. When he talks about the X-ray fluorescence machine, that uses a radioactive source, so it falls under the RSO responsibility, but neither of those require PE.
So, again, would you formalize your recommendation? What was it you think
he needs another 1.5 years experience, progressive, actual engineering, not managerial. Mainly what I see here is managerial, not engineering.
Robert, you agreed with that?
Yes, sir, I 100% agree.
Ricky, did you have a comment?
I think in this one, I think I'm going to leave my recommendation to approve. I think this person is working for a testing lab, and he's doing what is done in a testing lab. And when I read this description of progressive experience, there's a whole lot of management and risk assessment and organizing human resources type language in this that it looks like he's kind of touched those bases as well as in the previous years. So I think that I tend to
I want to go back just a second. I think, as you read before, there are 3 components to what's recommended in there. And I haven't really taken those as you have to do all 3, but it may mean that. I've always sort of assumed it was sort of an either or some of all. I'm not sure.
but does say
The form has those 4 main categories across the top of it.
it does say board members utilize these guidelines when evaluating exam applications, with greater weight being given to practical application of theory component.
Okay.
So it does say that.
Okay. Does that change your recommendation?
I mean, they have testing in here. Testing, developing or specifying testing procedures, verifying functional specs, implementing quality control and assurance, maintenance and replacement evaluation, codes and standards, regulation, and laws that govern applicable engineering activities. Some of this, certainly there's not design in here, but there's some of it in there. Again, it's not a design, unless I'm misunderstanding. I mean, it's not, he doesn't work for a design consultant. This is a testing firm.
It's a geotechnical and testing firm. They issue geotechnical engineering reports and environmental. But from a sealed report perspective, mainly their work product would be a geotechnical engineering report.
Seems that the thing that bothered me the most about it all is the lack of a PE in the Pensacola office. Well, if that was in Tennessee, that would violate our disclosure form process, wouldn't it? I don't know what the situation is in Florida, but you have to disclose for each office the PE that's in responsible charge, right?
I'm registered in Florida, and I'm the PE for the Pensacola office that we have because we do engineering down there. But what he seems to be in charge of is a branch that does construction materials testing, which doesn't require a PE signature on a testing report. If you do a testing report in accordance with ASTM and your lab is CCRL validated, you do not have to seal that report. You can just issue the data, done in accordance with ASTM by a validated lab. So that's probably why he doesn't have to have a PE in that office. But it also speaks to the fact that he must not be doing engineering because there isn't a PE in that office.
Well, it says in here that at our Pensacola branch, we have a Florida PE that practices and is directly responsible for our geotechnical department and is in direct control of our soils concrete laboratory.
That he goes on in his letter to explain that that person's either in Tampa or Orlando.
Yeah. I think...
But he says he works under Wayne out of Nashville.
I think the context of his letter seems to imply that the issue is that he hasn't worked under the direct supervision of a licensed professional. And I think the perspective from the board, the committee, is that that's not really it. It's that he hasn't had demonstrated progressive experience.
And I restate what I think you said, and you tell me if I understand. He is working under the direction of a person who happens to be a PE, but he is not doing engineering that is being reviewed by the required professional engineer in Florida. Did I say it right, or do you think that's different? Because I think he says Wayne is my boss, and he's a PE. Therefore, I have PE oversight. But his boss is Wayne. Wayne happens to be a PE. Wayne is not a professional engineer reviewing his engineering work product because he's not doing engineering. He's doing branch management.
The last paragraph says, I understand that my direct supervisor is not a licensed PE in the state of Florida, but he is still a PE nonetheless. This should not negate the fact that I am still in constant interaction and keep a constant working relationship with Florida PEs at my office and within my company while in Pensacola. That's what made me think that he may perceive that the issue is he's not working under the direction of a licensed professional.
Point out that I have a working relationship with Roxanna, and she's not a PE. So, I mean, a working relationship doesn't necessarily mean that they're reviewing engineering work.
Did any of those people that he says that he has a professional relationship with, are they signing off as his references? I didn't go back to try to cross-reference that. All right, Wayne is in Tennessee. Wayne Harnack, excuse me. Wayne Harnack is in Tennessee. Wayne Gibbs is in Tennessee. Bill McCoy is a client, or he says peer. Ted is in Tennessee, and Randy Wilson is in Tennessee. So he doesn't have a Florida PE at all that vouches for his work product, because I don't think he has a work product in Florida. That's how I interpreted he doesn't have his work product is managerial. It's not engineering related.
So would you mind restating what, and I'll get everybody else's opinion on it, would you mind restating what your opinion is then? Yeah, please, I'm sorry.
I think he needs 1.5 years of progressive engineering experience that is validated by a PE. And his representative experience as given in his application is not engineering, is certainly not, I don't perceive it to be progressive engineering experience. He puts it, and I will say this, I went back and looked, and he puts a check in the box for theory of application, or application of engineering theory or something like that. I don't know how he gets that. He put a check in that box as if that experience was that. But if you read the footnote of how that's defined, I'll read it for you. So, number 1, practical application of theory, footnote number 9. And footnote number 9 reads, includes analysis, design, testing, implementation, systems application, and code regulatory understanding. And all of his stuff that he put that for is create healthier office environment, branch cost and budget analysis, budget forecasting, client reconciliation and business development, schedule management, project estimating, and risk management. And he put a check in the box that all of those were practical application of theory, which I disagree with.
I'll yield to Kathy's explanation. That sells me.
it give you enough information to respond?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on Mr. Henderson? Next is Samir Hindai. Again, on this one, Ricky approved, but Mr. Hindai was, or has, a 2015 felony conviction, and Robert, I think you had asked for discussion.
Yeah, and I think my discussion was strictly, I believe, about the felony conviction. Let me go where it's at.
I hate to interrupt. I would like to point out that if you have an inclination to disapprove of the application because of a felony conviction, we do have to go through the Fresh Start Act analysis, which does require voting by y'all. So you will get to vote on some things today if you are leaning towards disapproving.
All right. And I have no idea what that means. Ashley, thank you. But do we all have to vote then? So let me tell you my general question on felonies. There are felonies, obviously, that happen when somebody was 18 years old, and the crucible of college and the rest of life has gotten that out of their system. There are felonies that happen more recently, which I believe tend to show judgment, which I believe is under our purview to make sure that this appears to me, again, I think he was found, he basically said that he was guilty, pleaded guilty to something that was a pretty serious accusation. And it happened in 2015. That's my only concern. That is 3.5 years ago. And for somebody to be and maybe this is me being Pollyanna. If I believe that I was wrongly convicted of something that was this serious, I don't know that I would have taken a plea. Now, again, I understand there's extenuating circumstances, so that's my only consternation. Okay. Go ahead.
I think that it would be prudent to go through the Fresh Start Act analysis, and I'll explain the law on it first and guide you through the process.
Now, that's a real thing. It's just not something you made up.
No, it's definitely a real thing.
Okay.
Tell us, what is the name of that again, Ashley?
The Fresh Start Act analysis.
And I'll remind us, Liz was still here when last year we addressed statutes that passed, and she explained, because I remember that the board at that time had a lot of concerns about something like this, and into it some, and then said the first time we get it, legal's going to have to walk us through it anyway.
Okay. Well, this is.
Makes sense? Sort of.
Yeah.
Okay, so pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated 62-2308A1G, the board may refuse to issue or renew and revoke or suspend the certificate of registration of any architect, engineer, landscape architect, or registered interior designer who is found guilty by a court of competent jurisdiction of any felony. However, an action taken under this subdivision shall be subject to the applicable provisions of the Fresh Start Act that are compiled in Chapter 76, Part 1 of Title 62. Under the Fresh Start Act, the board must review the Fresh Start Act factors for each crime and determine whether the conduct directly relates to the fitness of the applicant to hold the applicable license in this profession. Here, the applicant has 2 felony convictions for sexual battery under TCA 39-13-505. These crimes meet the criteria for a person who must register as a sexual offender for a sexual offense as defined in Tennessee Code Annotated 40-39-202-20AI. Given this, there is a rebuttable presumption built into the Fresh Start Act which applies. Specifically, the Fresh Start Act provides a rebuttable presumption in favor of the agency that a felony conviction for which the offender is required to register under the Tennessee Sexual Offender and Violent Sexual Offender Registration, Verification, and Tracking Act of 2004 relates to the fitness of the person to hold the license. Now, the board must determine whether it has the authority to deny the application as a result of the convictions.
There were some factors. Were there factors?
There will be factors, but we have to go through like a timeline of steps before we get to the factors. So the first thing that y'all have to decide and vote on is whether there is authority to deny the application as a result of the convictions.
Is there a legal opinion that we do or do not have authority?
Yes, so under Tennessee Code Annotated 62-2308A1G, the board may refuse to renew the certificate of registration of any architect, engineer, landscape architect, or registered interior designer who is found guilty by a court of competent jurisdiction of any felony.
One check, right?
Yes, but y'all have to you have to move and vote on it.
I'd like to make a motion that we vote on the fact that we do have the authority to decide whether or not this applicant can be denied or approved a license before our committee.
Second.
We have we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Yes, so I would like to just clarify that from the standpoint of the motion that I made, my presumption is that if you vote yes, then you are saying that we do have the authority to decide. Does everyone agree with my assumption?
Agreed. I think that's intuitive. All right. Any other discussion? Do we need a roll call vote? Or can we just do it
No, I don't
by-
think we need a roll call vote.
Very good. Then all in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstaining? You have a unanimous decision for item number 1.
Awesome. So the next item is the board must determine whether the convictions relate directly to the fitness of an applicant to hold the license. I will again say that there is a rebuttable presumption under the Fresh Start Act, which applies here. Again, the Fresh Start Act specifically provides a presumption in favor of the agency that a felony conviction for which the offender is required to register under the Tennessee Sexual Offender and Violent Sexual Offender Registration, Verification, and Tracking Act of 2004 relates to the fitness of that person to hold a license.
Just for clarification, are you saying does the board have the right to determine the fitness of the individual to hold the license? Or does the law, explain that one more time, Ashley?
The law under the Fresh Start Act provides a rebuttable presumption in this case that these types of convictions relate to the fitness of a person to hold the license. And so all I need y'all to do is vote on whether these type of convictions relate to the fitness of an applicant to hold the license.
So I'm going to say that this conviction, because our charter is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Tennessee, this conviction casts a question on whether this person can protect the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens. Determine that this felony is applicable to our licensure.
Second? Yes, I think you're correct.
Okay, just for clarification, we're determining whether or not the board has the ability to determine, or are we determining whether the applicant is fit based on the conviction?
I think if the applicant's crime would impact
Crime.
licensure.
Does the crime relate to the licensure?
Right, yes, and you're not addressing the specific applicant yet.
Nature of the conviction.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? No discussion. Call for vote. All in favor, I'm assuming a yes means that, yes, we have determined that this conviction, this particular conviction, does affect the determination of whether or not he's fit to hold a license. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. 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 All opposed or abstaining? So, yes.
All right, next the board will consider the fresh start factors for each conviction. However, given that the convictions are the same here, the board need only go through the analysis once for both convictions. All factors must be considered and weighed. The first factor is the nature and seriousness of the crime for which the individual was convicted.
Are there levels of factors? For
Yes,
example,
there-
is there a 1 to 5 scale or what?
There are 6 factors to consider. Factors do have to be considered and weighed individually, but I can list out all 6 factors if that would help before you start with the first one.
Please do.
Right. The overview of the factors. The first factor is the nature and seriousness of the crime for which the individual was convicted. The second factor is the length of time since the commission of the crime. The third factor is the relationship between the nature of the crime and the purpose of regulating the occupation, profession, business, or trade for which the license, certificate, or registration is sought. The fourth factor is the relationship between the crime and the ability, capacity, and fitness required to perform the duties and discharge the responsibilities of the occupation, profession, business, or trade. The fifth factor is any evidence of rehabilitation or treatment undertaken by the individual that might mitigate against the relationship of the crime to the occupation, profession, business, or trade. And the sixth factor is any applicable federal laws regarding an individual's participation in the occupation, profession, business, or trade. The second factor was the length of time since the commission of the crime.
How long ago has that been?
I read correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like it was in June 2017, not even 2 years ago.
17, yes, that's correct. May 18th, 2017, or something like that.
May of 17 and June of 17, there are 2 different felony convictions, correct?
That is correct. And again, the second factor is length of time since the commission of the crime.
That was in 2015,
Yes.
commission of the crime. Do we have to debate all of these factors, or can we vote, or what are we supposed to do now?
You should debate each factor one at a time and vote on the discussion of each factor.
So the first one is the nature and seriousness of the crime.
Correct.
Discussion. I think given the conviction, that's a felony offense. Obviously, it's an extraordinarily serious crime.
Also says that the sentence was originally 6 years. He got out early.
The other discussion. So, is there a motion to indicate the level of seriousness based on the nature of the crime?
High, low, 1 to 10.
Serious enough to be a factor or not?
Essentially, yes.
Just want to make sure I know what I'm voting on.
I make a motion that the nature and seriousness of this crime be considered enough to be a factor in our decision, relative to our decision. I think that's close.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? no discussion, let's call for vote. All who believe that this is of a nature and seriousness to affect the ability to practice or the fitness to practice, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed or abstaining? Okay, unanimous yes. Second factor is the length of time since the commission of the crime. It was committed in 2017. Is there a motion to indicate that the, I don't know if you call it recentness of the crime is enough to be an indicator of the impact on this applicant's ability to practice or fitness to practice?
I'd like to make a motion that the factor be considered serious is enough to impact the relevancy to being licensed.
We have a motion and a second.
Second, sorry. Yeah.
Any discussion?
I would just like to point out the commission of the crime occurred in occurred January 1st, 2015, and then also February 7th through February 8th of 2015. I thought I heard somebody say 2017, so I just wanted to clarify that the commission of the crime was in 2015.
That doesn't change my second.
Does it affect your motion, Kathy? Any other discussion? All in support of the motion that it would affect his fitness to practice, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed or abstaining? I apologize, I didn't get the next one written down, but it's the relationship of the crime versus our regulations.
The third factor is the relationship between the nature of the crime and the purpose of regulating the occupation, profession, business, or trade for which the license, certificate, or registration is sought.
Is there any, before we begin, is there any discussion or clarification required on that?
Discussion, that gets back to what Robert said, that the crime would show a lack of regard for health, safety, welfare of the public, and our board deals primarily with health, safety, welfare of the public. It's met here.
So in essence, I don't know if you want to put that in the form of a motion, but I suppose your motion would be that yes.
Yeah, I make a motion that the relationship between the nature of the crime and our occupation is met.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
I'd like to just say in support of that I think because the first time we've done this, I just want to make sure that we're providing reasonable support or belief on the record as to why we think that. And I think one of the reasons that, to me, it is relevant, the relationship of the nature of the crime to the practice of engineering, is because this man was serving the public, and a member of the public who had a reasonable anticipation that they would be in a safe environment got into a taxi from a public location and was taken somewhere by someone who was also licensed as a taxi driver and was taken somewhere and suffered criminal action on behalf by the taxi driver is relevant to our profession, because what our licensees do is, in effect, contributing to the health, safety, and welfare of people who have a presumption of health, safety, and welfare because of what we do for a living.
I'll add just briefly to that the purpose of a professional engineering license is to provide a guarantee that what that professional engineer is doing allows the public to develop a trust in what they've done. And this, to me, breaks that trust that we've had, and it's not undifferent than other situations that we've discussed on things that we've seen where an engineer misbehaves, breaks that bond of trust between the public and our profession. And I just think that's exactly what you said, but I appreciate wanting to go on the record too for what that was.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor, I'm not going to go through repeating all that. All in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstaining? All right, very good. As I understand it, the next factor is the nature of the crime versus the applicant's fitness to continue to perform professional services.
Correct. The next factor is the relationship between the crime and the ability, capacity, and fitness required to perform the duties and discharge the responsibilities of the occupation, profession, business, or trade.
So, again, I think that it does because, and I should have probably put it in these terms before, it violates the code of ethics that engineers, a professional engineer, holds himself out to.
As the level of trust our profession seeks in society, right?
I think our code of ethics has got something like that. Professional engineer, I seek to, and I forget the exact thing, but it talks, I thought about trust or relationship, and I have to go back and look that up. But
is that a motion, Robert?
yes, sir.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstaining? The next factor is the evidence of rehab or treatment. Do we have that?
I'm going to weigh in on that just a little bit. I don't know that we have. I mean, I think that's an extremely difficult thing to say. I mean, you know, we don't know the individual. We don't follow them. We don't have character witnesses or people that would attest to that. However, when I see in his letter that he was wrongly accused, it wasn't him, he just did it because, that doesn't give me a feeling of somebody who's remorseful or who has an understanding that, you know, even though it's possible that all was blown up, he's not taking responsibility for that. So that doesn't indicate a rehabilitation to me. That's when I read that letter, that's the first thing that I thought of a couple months ago or so.
Totally agree. He throws 3 police officers under the bus and says they basically railroaded him into a false confession, as opposed to taking responsibility for the crime. Doesn't indicate rehabilitation to me.
I'm assuming that you're writing this down, or you're getting the gist of the comments.
I am, yeah.
Very good, and thank you.
She's making that up. She's got the video. She's going to look at it.
Okay, so Robert, would you like to put that in the form of a motion?
I believe based on the statements that he's made, show that he has indicates that he's not being rehabilitated from his crime because he continues to blame others for the conviction.
But there is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there discussion? Being none, please indicate your support of the motion by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstaining? There are none. And I apologize for being cryptic. What I've got is the 6th factor is the applicable federal laws is what I had written down. What would you expound on that?
Yeah, so the 6th factor is any applicable federal laws regarding an individual's participation in the occupation, profession, business, or trade. There are none that I am aware of.
But wouldn't
not
we-
applicable?
That's a federal law, but we do have state laws that give us the authorization that if somebody's convicted of a felony, to make a determination about whether or not they're suitable for practice.
Right. Again, as I said at the beginning, that Tennessee Code Annotated 622308 A1G is the board's authority to refuse to issue or renew or revoke or suspend a license when a licensee, architect, engineer, landscape architect, or registered interior designer is found guilty by a court of competent jurisdiction of any felony. But what we're considering here in this factor is just federal law, not the state law. So you do have authority, but this is just asking whether there are any applicable federal laws that regard a individual's participation in the occupation, business, profession, or trade.
You don't know of any, but if you had an opportunity to research that to find out if there are any.
I did not research into federal law regarding this individual's participation in the occupation. However, like I said, there are no federal laws that I am aware of that regard this person's participation in the engineering occupation.
Can should we even have a motion or a yes or no vote on this if it's not applicable?
Here's, I think maybe we ought to say that. I mean, obviously, he was convicted in the state of Tennessee. If there would have been an applicable federal prohibition against him being convicted, they couldn't have done it, right? I mean, if there was some law that says you're not, that doesn't apply, then how would he have been convicted? Surely that would have been overturned by.
I think the issue is, like, if we were in charge of issuing CDLs to commercial drivers, and we said we're going to disregard your DWI, but at the federal level, the feds say if you have a DWI, you can't get a CDL. That would be a federal law that overrules anything that we want to take into account. That's what I think.
Okay.
That's what I think we're debating. Is that correct?
Yes, basically.
Okay. Sorry about that. Okay.
So there aren't any federal laws that prohibit him from being an engineer that we know of.
Correct. Yeah, that I know of.
So I think it's an NA because it's not something we have power to vote on. It's just there aren't any that we're aware of.
Or that we're aware of,
That
correct.
we're aware of.
But in the event that you become aware of a law that exists at the federal level that would affect that, please make us aware.
Yeah, sure. And y'all still have to vote on it, though.
I have a motion.
I'd like to hear it.
I'd like to make the motion that on the reliance of counsel, we have no reason to believe that this applicant can be denied licensure because of an existing federal law.
Stated, and thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Ashley, does there need to be any modification to that motion? That's pretty clear, I think, right?
I think that motion is sufficient.
Okay, very good. Any discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstaining? Okay, so you have the vote on the 6 factors.
So by voting yes on all that, that pretty much takes care of. Now do we have to make a motion to deny his license, right?
And now you have to make a motion on whether the conduct relates to the fitness of the applicant to hold the applicable license in this profession, because you have considered and analyzed the fresh start factors.
So moved.
Wait, okay, so
How's that?
your motion is based on the review of the fresh start factors. Okay.
So there needs to be a motion and vote on whether the conduct relates to the fitness of the applicant to hold the applicable license in this profession. I was just also pointing out that you're ready for a vote on that because you have considered the fresh start factors and concluded your analysis of the fresh start factors.
So my motion is that I would like to make a motion that we move to discussion and voting on whether or not we approve the applicant. Already considered the 6 factors as required by the Fresh Start Act.
So you need to voice a motion as to whether the conduct relates to the fitness of the applicant. So it has to be a motion that this conduct does relate to the fitness of the applicant to hold the applicable license in the profession, or this conduct does not relate to the fitness of the applicant to hold the applicable license in this profession.
Kathy, do you want to amend your motion to that it's your determination that this conduct does affect the applicant's ability to practice?
I amend as stated by the chair.
Yes.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Ricky has the second. Any discussion? Being none, all in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Let the record reflect that it was a unanimous yes, an aye vote.
I just point out something. I was looking at the code of conduct. Engineers should at all times strive to serve the public interest. Engineers are encouraged to participate in civic affairs, career guidance for youth, and work for the advancement of the safety, health, and well-being of their community. I mean, that's in our code of ethics. So I'm glad that efficient government has come to town. That makes me feel better that we've got a 27-step process to get to an answer we could have had 20 minutes ago, but whatever. That's a secondary discussion on government, but anyway.
You can ignore him.
And just to make sure the bases are covered with these votes, I think we also need a vote on whether the convictions, which were both for sexual battery, relate to the fitness of the this applicant to hold the applicable license in the profession as well.
But that's what I thought the nature of the crime affected. Isn't that what we just said?
Nature and seriousness of
I'll make a motion that these convictions for sexual battery relate to the correct?
Yes.
Have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, being none, all in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstaining? There being none, let it reflect its unanimous vote. Now what?
Now that y'all have considered the crimes and convictions and voted that those relate to the fitness of this applicant to hold the license, you can vote on whether you want to deny the application on this basis.
Based on the factors spelled forth in the Fresh Start Act analysis and the discussion that we've had, I make a motion that we deny the applicant for reapplication for licensure in the state of Tennessee, engineering licensure in the state of Tennessee.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining? Let the record reflect it was a unanimous yes vote. Aye vote, I'm sorry.
And I promise we're almost done. Now the board must vote on the earliest date for this applicant to be eligible to reapply. After that, I'll read a fresh start justification into the record, including the earliest date that the board votes on. Not that I'm aware of.
What was the original, I'm sorry, go ahead, Steve.
I was just going to suggest when he's off probation might be an appropriate time to reconsider. I think if I recall, that's another 4 years. Correct?
Was the original conviction was 6 years, is that correct?
Sentences were for 6 years, and I've left with approximately 4 years on probation.
So I thought that's what I recalled.
Yep.
So I'm just throwing that out as something to consider. Is that reasonable?
That's the minimum. That doesn't mean that we have to, we're not voting on the fact
No,
that
we're
he
just
will
saying
be,
we would
we will
go through
reconsider it at that
this
time.
fresh start process again.
That's the earliest.
Correct. Is that a motion? You want to put that in the form of a motion? We can have discussion afterwards.
Sure.
Okay. Motion is that the earliest date for the applicant, that the applicant would be eligible to reapply would be at the end of the court-ordered probation period. Is there a second?
I'll second.
If you got a water. All right.
Have a motion second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Yes, Kathy?
I'd like to offer an amendment in the, with the chance that because the applicant says that he has, he's working to, let me see if I say what he says in here exactly. No, I'm good, thank you. Since I took the guilty plea, I took responsibility and accountability. I regret the outcome, and now I'm committed to getting back on track. Somewhere in here he says, somewhere he says he's trying to get it overturned. I can't remember where it is. Somewhere in here. So with regard to the fact that should he get the conviction overturned or should his record be expunged, that he would be eligible for reconsideration.
It would be at the end of his probation period anyway, though.
Not necessarily.
You have a-
You
Well,
don't
no,
get
but
an expungement just because you finish your probation.
No, what I'm saying is, if he got it expunged, he wouldn't have probation anymore. So it'd be at the end of the probation would be over and he'd be eligible to reapply.
I don't know how that works. I think I've heard that that's not necessarily true, but
Ashley, you know, if he gets it
Probably not a
expunged, he
criminal
wouldn't be
trial.
on probation anymore, would he?
This board, surely to God, she's got some criminal stuff.
I don't know the answer to that question. I would have to look into it.
That would be and or. In the event of in the event the conviction is overturned,
I'm okay with adding that to my motion.
I thought I saw it in here and I can't remember.
Actually, what I've got is that the the earliest date for the applicant to be eligible to reapply would be at the end of the court-ordered probationary period, and/or if the conviction is overturned, at that point, he would be eligible to reapply. Correct?
Is that a good motion?
Do it again?
That is how I understood the motion and amendment to be.
Okay, it's a good motion. We have a motion with a second and an amendment, and the motion, the original motion agreed to the amendment. So we can call for a vote, can't we?
Second the amendment, too, if that helps.
Just in case.
Yeah.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion in the interest of moving this along? Being no discussion, all in favor of the motion as amended, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed or abstaining? It's a unanimous vote.
Let me make a quick comment, and this will be quick. So I think what this does is it does change the process on reviewing applications with any felony conviction, or is it just all convictions? So if somebody has a misdemeanor, I mean, are we going to have to go, instead of sending them to us to be reviewed, are we going to have to go through this process as a board every time that there's a DUI or a jaywalk, whatever? I don't know what the process is. I'm just asking for a friend, but I'm asking to make sure that we don't review them and then have to come back in here and go back through that process again.
So you have to go through the Fresh Start Act analysis anytime you want to deny an applicant on the basis of a conviction.
Would you normally want to deny for jaywalking? Then you wouldn't go through all.
After reading the conviction, whatever it was, we would not need to go. It would only be to deny.
Okay.
That's what it's for. It's to make sure that you followed all the steps when you're denying someone.
What if there's 3 of us reviewing it?
And we would sit down and do this entire process.
I think that's the thing, is we review them.
Told that on the front end.
Yeah, I mean, if both of us if somebody's 18 years old and they were jaywalking, they were convicted, and now they're 60, we still have the ability to approve them without going through this. However, if we raise our hand and say that 18-year-old doesn't look like, I mean, he's, whatever.
Other things have come
I
up.
saw him 2 weeks ago doing jaywalking
Correct.
at whatever, then I need to, okay, I just want to make sure what the process
About the
was.
denial.
I agree.
Yeah, okay, good deal.
Thank you for clarifying.
Very good.
Vicki, yes, please.
And I had originally approved, and of course, going through all that, I'm thinking, Wanda, that I need to fill this out and say disapproved. But I had approved, I thought we had a case come up not long ago where somebody was a convicted sexual for their time, and we approved the application. So I had this idea that if somebody had served their time, that we approve, but that maybe doesn't matter at all. Every case is probably different, I guess, in that regard. But anyway, and plus this helps me to get familiar with what we've got on our law there too.
And in everything that Ashley presented and all those things we voted on, the length of time from the incident to now, I think is a factor that you all would be considering. So where you unanimously on everything realized, no, this is not someone that you're comfortable in the industry. You might have had 3 of them that you were very adamant and 3 not, and have to really debate it.
And I think the thing too, Ricky, is you probably, I mean, when we review these applications, we probably ask ourselves these questions, maybe not in these words, but we ask ourselves, is it serious? Is it going to harm the profession? Is the person going to be able to do their job? And do we think but we don't ask them necessarily we ask them in our head, you know? And probably in those situations, it may have been something that was 20 years ago that we, in our head, said, okay, yeah, that's long enough. We think everything's good and let's go on. But this forces us to make sure we answer those questions in public, right? So, okay.
I think we actually had one applicant come in and talk to us in a similar situation.
I was thinking of, because
Do you remember that?
yeah, because
Okay.
it was right after I joined the board, and it was a drug conviction. It was a felony conviction for drugs.
I think that's right.
Yeah. Yeah, but he appeared before the board. And it was a while back. It was like in the 90s or something.
Okay, are we ready to move on to the next review? The next one is Joseph Riley Johnson. Robert approved for the April exam. Ricky approved for October. Kathy had requested more specific, detailed information. Robert, since you were the original reviewer, and Ricky, since you made an alternate recommendation, do one of y'all want to address this?
I can. When I look at applications, I know we have subjective judgment on things like progressive experience, but in terms of the time, if they graduated and started a job in May of 2015 here, they're going to be a month short of 4 years. And I did not think we had that was an objective law. I didn't think that we had a subjective ability to accept that, to say, well, that's close enough. I thought that as part of the law was you just had to check that box, have 4 years, then you can make subjective review of experience. So, and if I'm looking at that wrong, maybe I do, but I've always appreciated that because it keeps me from saying, well, it's 3 years and 11 months, and then the next one's 3 years and 10 months, and the next one's 3 years and 9 months, and where do you stop? So if it's not 4 years, I have been looking at it like it's out. So if I'm wrong, that's what we need to know about.
I agree with you. When I originally signed up or applied, I was actually 2 months short of being a full 4 years, and she kicked me out. I mean, kicked me hard to the curb.
Wow. Is that the reason?
I don't think it was me.
You're saying this a long time ago. And I agree with you. I do note that he served as a co-op, but it wasn't for a year, and I don't even know if it was obviously it had to be a year to be an approved program. So I don't think that would count towards that 4 years of progressive experience. Robert, do you have any?
Yeah, I mean,
Only if it's an approved co-op and it's for a year.
Well, he says it was. I don't know if it's on.
Let's see.
So I'll tell you kind of where I was on this, and I probably have had a little bit of that flexibility. And what I typically look at is, and I know we've got a rule change that's coming through about the 4 years counts as a co-op. I really do, for somebody that's about a month away, I try my best to look and see what other experience that they may have, and I've always thought that was okay. And I see a research assistant for 2 years. I know they were in school for those 2 years, but he was actually had another job, research assistant, that was in line with his field that he was going into, controls, and that's what kind of tipped it over for me. You know, sometimes you see people that have a research, they do research and it's something unrelated to what they're doing, and I don't really count that as much, but if it's something that's pretty well in line with what they end up doing later on, to me, that makes up the month, and that's typically why I go ahead and give those. By the time he finds out his results, he'll be a month. I mean,
So is that
it'll
is
be a
that
month.
actually an allowable?
I've always thought it was.
That's my question, is legally, are we able to even make that?
Actually, do the laws and rules allow for us to provide credit for, what was the exact title, research assistant?
What does it say about 4 years' experience? That's the scope of 4 years' experience.
This was before, wasn't this? Yeah, this was before he started, while he was in school.
I'm just pulling up the rules. So as you know, the statute on requirements is 62-401, and then there's also a rule on education and experience requirements for engineers, which is found at 0120-01-.10. It does explain in the rule what the board may grant experience requirements. Specifically, it says the board may grant toward experience requirements for registration as an engineer 1 year of credit for completing one of the following, and then lists 3 items that can substitute for experience. And the rule 62-401 A1 provides that the applicant has to have 4 years or more of progressive.
What were those 3? One had to be that approved co-op program.
The 3 items listed in the rule as substitutes. It would be graduation with a master's degree or higher in engineering from an approved curriculum, up to 1 year qualified experience obtained in an established cooperative education program, which is carried out within the framework of an approved engineering curriculum and which has been approved by the board, or 3 years or more of qualified experience obtained prior to graduation under the direct supervision of a licensed engineer. And per the rule, only 1 year of credit can be awarded.
Here's the deal. Go ahead and go to October, but we probably ought to do, I mean, I don't care, and right now probably we're sort of doing him a favor, because if he's not started studying for it right now, he's got 2 months. And some people are waiting until they get approved before they really hit it. So, if we've got a doubt about that until our new thing comes, I've always kind of on that, if they're a month short, by the time they get the results, the 4 years would be here. It doesn't bother me much if their experience while they were working was pretty. Laws talks about years. It doesn't talk about fraction of the years, and so that's. May not want to hear that. He's probably, like right now, sitting there studying his tail off. And
So, since Steve and I don't matter, we'll ask the full members. Okay, you've already reversed yours.
I'm getting ready to go put down October.
Okay. Ashley, do you have that? Wanda? Okay. Okay, next on the list is John Cameron Morris. Seems to be a consistent theme. Both Robert and Kathy disapproved. His experience and graduate degree were earned concurrently, although Robert asked for discussion.
I mean, I agree with Kathy. I mean, I think we both agree. The only thing that I was a little unsure of, I don't know that rule, didn't we put that new rule in there, or am I making this up? Isn't there a new one that's coming up that says you can't do it, and maybe it's been unclear in the past?
Can't do what, Robert?
Double dip. Count both as experience while you're getting your master's, count it as experience.
Can't get 2 years during the 1 year.
Because for some reason, I thought that just really kind of came up, and we changed either a rule or NCAAS changed something to clarify that, and that may not be clear in the law. That was my only question.
So I will say that as far as the Tennessee rules and statutes, they're silent on whether experience and like a master should be completed concurrently or consecutively. So the board has discretion on how to approach that.
I believe those discussions were at NCAAS.
And that's again, I'm getting the two conflated, and I just wanted to make sure where I was at on that. I mean, I 100% agree. I don't see how you can count both of them at the same time. Right.
But I do think we had that discussion here, and because I remember, you kind of making the argument that somebody who's working a full-time job and then going at night getting a master's, that you thought there was grounds that the double dipping was reasonable.
Right.
But I think we as a committee, the way I remember it, we as committee decided, I don't know whether it's just a policy or what, that we weren't going to allow double dipping. I thought it made it into a rule somewhere, but maybe not.
And I believe when I remember looking at this application, I still think that we ought to look at some flexibility for somebody that's doing this at night and working full-time during the day. However, he got it in 2 years. There's no way you can work at night, work during the day and get your master's at night, I don't think, and get it. I think I'm remembering this right.
The thing I liked about
Took me 6.
That's what I'm saying. Because you can only take at least half the workload, right? You can't take a normal
It
master's.
depends on whether you want to do anything else in life.
Yeah. The thing I liked about not allowing the double dipping was if somebody graduated in 2016 and they want to take the test in 2019, I got 3 years of experience and I've earned a master's in that same 3 years, doing it at night. Still have somebody who's only been out of school 3 years. I don't care about math. I just want them to have another year. I want them before they become a PE to have 4 years, whether it's it's the master's plus 3 is different than somebody who's worked 3 years earning.
I think generally,
it's
yeah.
every case is different.
you sort of consider the master's as standalone and experience as standalone, and I think the consensus seems to be that if you're pursuing a master's while you're working, you're not doing either one probably full time.
And you've only had those 3 total years. That 4th year is a biggie to becoming a PE.
Yeah,
I think, and so it makes sense to me if somebody graduates, they spend a year getting the master's, and then works 3 years.
okay.
That's fine.
So, is the consensus then that the answer is no, that he still needs the progressive experience, 1 more year progressive experience? Okay.
But I think his comment is valid. I'm
Me
sorry
too.
And I don't know if that's a rule change we need to have that says, in general, if you earn them concurrently, that's not considered. Although the board, and I still think we allow ourselves some, who knows? We don't know.
Well, if we want to have flexibility and we want to be able to use judgment at some point because there's doctor on television that graduated from med school in 7th grade or something like that. I mean, if there's a genius that shows up, we want to be able to give them something, then we need to not have a policy.
That's right. Then.
Policy's hard to overcome. If we all understand what we think the interpretation is, then I think we should just be silent.
That was one of his arguments, that it wasn't in writing anywhere.
But it doesn't have to be, because we have the discretion.
It doesn't bother, I'm in the minority here, but it doesn't bother me to let him sit now. Read his description of his experience. He's talking about a lot of things that a lot of engineers don't get involved in for a long time.
I agree. It's impressive.
But, you know, if I could have got mine in 3 years, I'd have been trying to apply.
Was that something that would be, but I mean, again, just to have that discussion in our, so we don't have to keep going back and forth. That is a general policy that the board considers this double, not in a rule anywhere, and that's not, you know, I mean, it's a policy or something. Well, something that lets us go back to it so that
saying.
2 years from now, well, I agree, I'm with you. 2 years from now, we don't go, oh, well, that sounds good to me. I mean, and got some record of why we, because, again, I agree with you, Steve, his experience looks really good and all that. But, you know, if I have somebody getting their master's degree as an employer, I'm probably going to let them, you know, leave at 2 o'clock if they need to leave at 2 o'clock. I'm probably going to let them, hey, things are a little slow today. No, I'm probably going to let them do it. And some employers will not, I understand, but some would. Okay with saying another year.
I just bring up something totally different, but I think relevant to today. So this gentleman is a GTA. That's what he started out as. We're talking about John Cameron Morris. And earlier we were talking about Laura Ashley Doss. They both started as GTAs, and then they both went to Transportation Project Specialist. And we were asking amongst ourselves, what is that? And so he says that as a project specialist, he designed traffic signals, and it was a continuation of his previous position, and it came with a higher standard of expectation, and he's expected to be a supervisor of other GTAs. Goes on to talk about traffic signal design and using MUTCD and TDOT standard drawing guidelines, and designing pedestrian facilities using ProWag and MUTCD guidelines. So I'm just bringing that up because what he said he was doing is more in line with what I think we thought we wanted to see from hers, and maybe she did some of these things, but she didn't do a very good job of describing it, or maybe she didn't actually get these types of assignments. But if you read what he says he did, it's dramatically different and, in my opinion, much more progressive engineering experience than what she says she did.
I agree. I think that was a function, though, of the division of TDOT, or he wasn't at TDOT, but the division of work that he was in.
Yeah, he was.
Doing.
Yeah, they're both at TDOT.
They're both TDOT.
At TDOT
Yeah.
then, and the division of work that she started and stayed in at TDOT, CEI versus
That's right.
traffic.
That's what I was going. It's the difference in being totally in construction.
Yep.
This he's in traffic and he's still doing analytical things, and you know he talks about doing a road diet, and you can call that design, but that's not the kind of design Robert does. You know, that's counting cars and saying, yeah, we think that'll work, but you know it looks and sounds good. I think it's more the way we look at things as a committee. It's harder to justify your experience in construction.
Well-
especially at TDOT, because the way they're organized.
Because they're not really in responsible charge of construction. They're in charge of oversight of construction, and sometimes they're only in charge of oversight of people who have oversight of construction.
But that is allowed, oversight of resources is allowed under that sheet that we're talking about. And I've had this discussion with TDOT and their construction folks. The problem is they need to start keeping diaries on what they do, on things that they do, and they use general terms. Again, they talk about the budget of the project, they don't talk about what they did. Oh, I had to redo the traffic control plan for this section because we had a slide on this middle part here that I had to totally. That's an engineering judgment thing, and that's really important. But they talk about the project and not about what they did in the
Right.
confines of the project that are totally in line with that sheet of paper right there. But they get fixated on the project. They get fixated on a $50 million 5-lane.
I negotiated a $192,000 change order.
And that's just not, I mean, we do that, but that's not our main purpose in life. And
You're not in that organization.
Oh, but
That's
I've
not
done
your
this work.
Specific assignment.
I've done this work 100 times.
A good,
You have too.
a good
I know, but
construction engine.
we're in a different field.
But they still have the opportunity to do that. They just need to note that they're doing that. That's my contention, is that most want to fall in love with the big thing, and they don't want to tell us what they did yesterday, the day before yesterday, and last week because it looks mundane or something. And most of them that are in that construction world are doing some really engineering, scheduling workflows, working with a contractor to make sure that you're going to get that piece of equipment, that we've got to schedule a lane closure for this time because you've got Booms Day or something. Well, used to have Booms Day before we did a road diet. But anyway, those kind of things are critical. And I've talked to a bunch of them about writing stuff down, what you do. That's important. So,
Construction engineer, my experience is a construction engineer on a roadway job saves the rear end of the design engineer many times.
Oh, absolutely. Totally agree. Totally agree. Well,
But they're just not, you're right, Robert, they're not describing it.
I just think, and so, I mean, my heart goes out to this lady who submitted all this stuff, and in her description of experience, she got promoted, as Alton, I think you've pointed out, she got promoted to HQ, and this guy didn't, but y'all just talked about what a great, wonderful set of experiences he had. But he didn't get promoted, she did. So, I mean, I think it could very well be that she is not describing her progressive experience enough to convince the committee and the reviewers that she is truly doing it. And maybe that's symptomatic of a bigger issue that we need to ask if HR at TDOT could maybe come up with some type of an internal policy. And maybe they have some checks in boxes that they can say, when we hire all these GTAs, because they're hiring dozens of them right now, every year. If we hire them and they do this, and they do this, and they go to here, and they do there, then we as TDOT are saying to the AE board, we have prepared these people to become engineers. And that'll give us a greater sense of approval for what they put in their applications. Florida DOT, by the way, does this. They have a 5-year engineer intern program, and when they hire people out of institutions down there, and they go into the internship program, and in 5 years, they pass the test immediately.
TDOT used to have a training program. I don't know if
that's what this GTA program is.
Oh.
Did we not have TDOT?
But it's not formalized?
Yeah, I think it takes them through the different departments, and then once they go through the different departments, I'm not sure if it's, oh, you look like you're good at this, we're going to send you here, or if it's whatever's available. I don't know how they go to the next branch of stuff.
Have TDOT at the meeting when we met at Vanderbilt's campus. Were they not there?
Hey, Ben. And again, I've had, and this, I know I've had it with the region folks, and I think I've had it some with the HQ folks, and maybe not have as much. Right, I mean, but this is what we see too with construction. A lot of the construction resumes, not just TDOT, they come in and say, "I was with a 27-story high-rise building with $100 million budget, and I was updated every week. There's more in between there, I know there is, but based on what they got on a piece of paper, I have no choice but to.
It's just easier to use these buzzwords that we want to see, like Synchro and MUTCD and ASHTO and ProWag and ADA, and in what Mr. Cameron, in his experience. There's not as many of those buzzwords in construction.
Well, but there are.
There are?
Yeah. How about deflection of beam? I mean, there are words that to use their safe work zone based on OSHA guidelines or what. I mean, there are a lot of those buzzwords that they could use. Workflow. I was out here and I saw that if we move the crane over 50 feet, we hours. Those are all time study things that go along with it, but we don't see any of that detail. I mean, that's my point, is most of it's the project focus, not on the details of doing the project focus.
Going back to our earlier conversation about Ms. Dawes, maybe we want to include the opportunity for her to strengthen. Well, it's going to be too late for this period. But
I think we're talking about maybe communicating with somebody in construction at TDOT.
Well,
Is that what your suggestion?
Yeah, and we have on the region. I don't know what we've done at headquarters level.
I'm talking about for her specifically, though. She needs to probably go back in and to highlight any sort of design or design supervision or design oversight or things that she's done in construction that may have altered the design or modified a design or came up with an alternate design, things of that nature that would strengthen that part, that third stool, the third leg of the stool for her. That makes sense to everybody?
Yeah, I think where we ended up was Robert and I said that she needed another year and a half of progressive experience. And I think maybe what I hear you saying and what I could buy into is that we give her an opportunity to restate her most recent year and a half experience with greater emphasis on the progressive nature of her responsibilities for us to review for the fall exam. It's going to be too late for this one.
Exactly.
But instead
also,
of making her wait another year and a half, which is, I think, what we've said. If anybody says, we said she'd have to wait another year and a half. But if we want to say
I
instead,
think Doss is the one that you said send information for July. Henderson was a year and a half.
oh, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I'm okay with her resubmitting for the fall exam
strengthen
with
her
with emphasis on progressive engineering experience.
and some element of design or design modification or something. Well, it's one of the okay. I disagree, but
I've got a note on here that points her to this and says, particularly look at the practical application of theory and relate that to your experience.
that was what I understood we were doing too. Okay. Any other discussion on that? If not, we'll move on to Mr. Nagoob. Again, Ricky approved. Robert and Kathy disapproved, said he needed more experience. Robert, you or Kathy want to highlight why?
The only reason we're talking about it is because he requested the board to reconsider.
Said that other people in his office that had the same experience he did were approved, and he was not. I'm very happy.
He did resubmit. I guess one of you had asked him for resubmittal, and he did resubmit. I guess everybody got the resubmittal information that he provided. Those, that's been, well, from 2013 to present, that's 6 years.
I said I didn't see that they had progressive experience under a PE.
Mike Devaney is the one vouching for him, and he is a PE, and there is a reference from Mr. Devaney.
Listed Muhammad Ali as his supervisor.
Right.
He does have Michael Devaney on his, who is a licensed professional in the state of Tennessee, co-worker, but not his supervisor.
It doesn't say supervisor.
That would be nice to know, you know?
If he wants to modify that.
I emailed Mike. I went to high school with Mike. I emailed him and told him to kind of clarify, and he still didn't say, I'm his supervisor. He vouches for his work, and he does a good job, but he didn't say, I'm his supervisor.
Does he regularly consult with him
Yes.
for guidance and
Yes.
direction?
Yes.
I think in the past we've given some latitude for that.
Yes.
But I think we need to hear that from Devaney, and hear that from the
And
applicant.
he does work closely with him. He's not his just direct supervisor,
Right.
but he does work closely and monitor his work.
One of his coworkers says that he would not employ the applicant in a position to other engineers
And
when
if you-
given the opportunity.
If you look back, I'm not sure why I even put that one in there, because if you look on his list of references, that person's not listed in the list of references.
So how'd we get it?
I don't know.
Did it all
Obviously,
come together?
Sometimes they request other references, and that's just somebody he requested.
One of his references said you could use more experience like working in a group with a PE or actually working for a PE.
I think I read that, and that caused me
Yeah,
to.
so when I see
same guy.
supervisor's not a PE.
Same guy.
Yeah, supervisor's not a PE, and oh, by the way, this person needs some more PE experience,
Or actually work for a PE.
that starts, I mean, I'm not inside the inner workings of the deal, so that gets me a little nervous.
that's the same person that was an additional reference that's not listed on his reference list, but also gave him average marks on technical knowledge, professional integrity, and character and reputation, and below average on quality of work.
I don't get stressed out about average,
Me either.
but when it's below average and then when there's an explanation to that, then my ears perk up. I wonder if he can clarify that, and those two individuals can clarify that the work he's done has been under Devaney's technical supervision and with his technical oversight, then I'm probably okay with that. But the way his application is, it doesn't appear that that's the case. I mean,
I will email them first thing in the morning, and y'all do you have your computers?
oh, but I'll be at the board meeting tomorrow.
So I can send something, I can email you something tomorrow morning. Will you get it?
I cannot.
I'll be in a landscape architect meeting.
I'm going to be at an interior designer meeting.
Attention there.
Probably not. It's landscape
I'm going to send it
architect.
to you.
I'll have
send
it for
to
everyone.
Roxana.
Okay. It's landscape architect. What? I thought they waited till the sun came up or something to start it.
All right, so the consensus is that you're going to email him, and if he can get you back an email tomorrow before the board dismisses, that, and Mr. Devaney and Mr. Nagoob can also provide the language, documentation in this form that Mr. Devaney consult counsel, provide guidance, and at some level potentially oversight to his work, then we would reconsider the decision.
I like that. I don't think in the past we've gotten hung up on official supervisor. I think somebody's, looking at the work and, yeah.
Sir, Steve?
We've been talking a lot about their description, applicant's description of experience, you all think this one's good?
That may be another question.
I mean, I'm looking at Ricky because he's probably the closest
Me too.
to electrical.
And Ricky approved him in the beginning.
You know, it's a lot of meetings and customer things, and
I think he's been in the middle of working out some big electrical gear. I do. And I think that, yeah, I think he's had his nose in technical issues in electrical engineering.
Okay, so we've got any other discussion on Mr. Nagoob? If not, we'll move on to Mr. Tony.
Before you move on to the last applicant, I think we did not read the justification statement into the record when we were addressing the denial applicant, and I will need to read that in. If you want to go ahead and proceed with the last applicant, and we do that at the very end of applications, we can do that, or we can do
Let's
it
go ahead
now.
and do it now while we've got the interruption.
Sorry about that. I just
No,
didn't
it's
want to
good.
forget that we needed to make sure the justification statement is on the record.
You know, you've been the MVP today, so listen, you do what you need to.
One more thing, at this point, we can't miss that important piece.
Yeah, after we went through a 17-page justification.
Fumble the ball on the 1 yard line.
All right.
All right, the justification statement is as follows. For the applicant, Mr. Samir Hindi. The Board of Architectural and Engineering Examiners on February 6, 2019 decided to deny the license as a result of two convictions. Conviction number 1 for sexual battery on or about July 25th, 2017, involving sexual battery crimes that took place on January 1st, 2015. And conviction number 2 for sexual battery on May 18th, 2017, involving sexual battery crimes occurring February 7th, 2015 through February 8th, 2015. The Board of Architectural and Engineering Examiners has decided to take this action after considering the following factors as set forth by the Fresh Start Act. 1, the nature and seriousness of the crime for which the individual was convicted. 2, the length of time between the commission of the crime. 3, the relationship between the nature of the crime and the purposes of regulating the occupation, profession, business, or trade for which the license, certificate, or registration is sought. 4, the relationship between the crime and the ability, capacity, and fitness required to perform the duties and discharge the responsibilities of the occupation, profession, business, or trade. 5, any evidence of rehabilitation or treatment undertaken by the individual that might mitigate against the relationship of the crime to the occupation, profession, business, or trade. And 6, any applicable federal laws regarding an individual's participation in the occupation, profession, business, or trade. If you wish to contest this determination, you may file a petition within 30 business days of the receipt of this notice in Davidson County Chancery Court, at which time the Board of Architectural and Engineering Examiners must demonstrate by preponderance of the evidence that the individual applicant, licensee, certificate holder, or registrant's conviction is related to the applicable occupation, profession, business, or trade. Please be aware that your conviction is one in which there is a rebuttable presumption that your convictions are related to your fitness to hold the applicable license. You may reapply for licensure at the end of the court-ordered probationary period and or if the conviction is overturned, parentheses, immediately or otherwise. close parentheses. And the board will need to make a motion to adopt the justification statement.
Heard the justification statement read. Is there a motion that it be adopted as read?
I'll make that motion that we adopt the justification statement as read.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there discussion? Leaned over and pulled your mic down.
Well, I was just going to vote. Sorry. Sorry.
All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed or abstaining? Thank you, Ashley. Well done. Now, on to Mr. Tony. Both reviewers denied the re-application, but Robert had asked for additional discussion. Robert, you want to lead?
So my comment I made was that there was a disturbing history of consent orders, and I noticed that Mr. Bursai put multiple complaints. So the applicant, when you read through so they did their affidavit. They did a water tank calculation. They submitted it to an engineer. They noted his engineering license was expired, and that happened here fairly recently, November 1st, 2018. He has consent orders in West Virginia, July 24th, 2015. Consent order in North Carolina, April 19, 2016. Consent order, failure to disclose disciplinary action, failure to renew license in Tennessee, and a consent order in West Virginia, failure to control stamps. So these don't look like they're piling on convictions, right?
Just the ones.
Yeah, just the one. They're all separate issues. And so my question to the board is, or the committee, is do we really want somebody with 1, 2, 3, 4 in an 18-year period? I think that's, and again, I may be practicing in the state of Tennessee. I mean, this seems like they they graduated in '88. First job, so they've been licensed since '92-ish. So from '92 to now is 27 years. Four in 27 years seems to me to be a high number. Usually we see somebody that has 1, possibly 2, practicing without a license, didn't renew something. But 4 just struck me as a high number. And this person's a structural engineer, I assume, based on the level of what they talk about. And so I understand how sometimes that's difficult. You're licensed in multiple states. But, Kathy, you're licensed in multiple states. And it's difficult, I got it, but you still keep up with that stuff, and other people do as well. I don't know. Hey, just something for discussion. I'm not a real big fan of that, and
Obviously, I agreed with what you're saying.
Ashley, the question of do we have to go through if we're in order, or what, how does this,
It's not really a felony
I
conviction or
know,
anything.
does this apply? It's not a criminal thing. Is this only for criminal things? This,
Yeah, Fresh Start is for criminal.
For
I
criminal.
don't think it applies to
Oh, thank
other
goodness.
state board consent orders.
okay, thank you. Well, unless one of the two of you are going to change your approval, disapproval, then I think on the merits of your both disapproving of his application, we don't really have much to discuss.
Agree. Robert, Ricky, anything to add to that? Okay, so neither one of y'all want to change your position. All right, in light of that, I think that we can have enough information to reply back to him and for a rationale for the board's decision.
Because of his multiple consent orders.
Am I reading this correctly? His license expired in '99, but he just realized it in 2015?
He may have not needed to practice in Tennessee for that period of time. He's in West Virginia or somewhere, if that's what it looks
That's what it
like.
says.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it just,
He may have gotten a project in Tennessee recently and had to reapply or re-up. I don't know the answer to it.
Somebody told him it was expired, but it expired.
Years ago.
Right.
you wonder how many other times he's used, I mean, that's just the thing that hit mine, because it seemed like what he was being reported for was a sub-consultant type part of that project that a contractor just happened to look him up and see, and it's probably a contractor that disagreed with him on something, right? You know, he told
It's a shame that our stamps and seals don't come with little self-destruction mechanisms that when they expire, they just go poof. Yeah.
Agreed.
That'd be
Okay,
great.
any other discussion about Mr. Tony? We do have, does everybody have the latest email? I guess, Roxana, you sent this out about Amy Miller, the question that she raised.
I actually printed it in paper and put it in front of everyone. I did have a chance to have a conversation with Robert because he had answered some similar questions, and so everyone has it in front of you. You haven't had a chance to look at it. This is from Ms. Amy Miller, female elevation certificates, and question I will let you all read, but it could be that Robert already has enough information to kind of fill you in on your thoughts and how we best answer her. I did let her know that the full committee was meeting today, and that since this was something that your statute just didn't specifically touch, we were comfortable with the engineers discussing it and guiding us.
Campbell, since you were approached for your expertise and worldly opinion, will you want to elaborate on what you
I
feel?
think there's
what you think?
so there's an elevation certificate that municipalities get from time to time that says the elevation of this structure is 1105.5, and that is certified by typically the data is collected by a surveyor and should be, in my opinion, stamped by a surveyor to say that structure is above whatever the
Minimum floor elevation.
minimum floor
certification.
elevation. Right. So it's an elevation certificate. So I'm probably going to make this in two different phases. And so if that is, then that's what the municipality looks to say. Okay, the structure's built at an elevation above the FEMA firm map flood elevation. You're good to go. You're good. That's everything's fine. But then there's the other part of this, and the other part of this is many of the bodies of water don't have studied flood. Don't have flood studies done on them. Engineers are in the process of putting infrastructure inside a flood zone. A bridge is a good example. A sidewalk may be a good example. All kinds of things that we do. In which case, an engineer then takes the information supplied by a surveyor, the topographic map, spot elevations, whatever that may be, and they do an analysis on it. They run it through HEC-RAS or I think there's 2 or 3 others, and I'm not the stone cold expert, so forgive me for this. They use the flood sections that are provided by FEMA or the local jurisdiction and run these through flood models to determine if that obstruction's in the way or if on an unstudied flood to set that flood elevation. Then they turn that elevation certificate, which it's probably called by a similar name, back to the jurisdiction. The jurisdiction looks at it and says, okay, you've done everything right, you're a PE, let's go on. So there's a couple questions here she's got. Number one is, if it's just an elevation certificate, elevations are at the heart of what a surveyor provides. I mean, that's X, Y, and Z coordinates are what a surveyor provides, so that's right, but I don't think she's reading this correctly. I think what the people asking her are, in the event that I have to generate a flood elevation from an unstudied body of water, then the engineer certainly and most explicitly, based on the I think Attorney General's opinion that engineers, the drainage is the responsibility of the engineer and the engineer only, meets this criteria. One of the other issues that we have is, and I think this board needs to be pretty clear on this, and maybe it's for this office. An engineer in the state of Tennessee can stamp and sign anything that's related to engineering, and that should be good enough. It's not up to a state agency or a state person to determine which engineers are acceptable or not acceptable to be able to do that work. That's spelled out in Tennessee Code Annotated, and it's spelled out in the rules and laws which we oversee. I think also in this case there is probably some picking sides. You don't know what you're doing, you know what you're doing, so I want to accept it from you, not from you. I've heard from the back channels. And that's not, again, I can design a nuclear power plant, right? I mean, I can stamp I can't design one worth of crap, but I can stamp it. I can create a set of construction drawings. Now, when they go to turn the key, everybody needs to go to another country. But that's up to the engineer to know what they know or know what they don't know what they've got expertise they've been trained in, that they understand. And if they say that they've got the expertise to do flood studies, to set flood elevations for structures based on engineering, then that's certainly within their purview, whether they've done 1 or 10 million of them. And that's not up to a state agency to decide their competency on that. That's up to the way our law is written. That's up to the engineer themselves, and that may come to us as a board for a complaint or something for us to help weigh in on that. But I don't know that she understands the level of complexity, or maybe she does. I shouldn't say that. That's the bad statement. I don't know that she differentiates between simply filling out a form that requires X, Y, and Z information and filling out a form that requires an analysis before you can fill out that form. We've probably done a couple hundred of those local bridges, and we have to do that on every one of them to make sure that the elevation of the water up backstream, you're not backing up more than a foot, you're not impeding the flow, that you've got wide enough openings and all that. And I know I'm saying I'm not unique. We've got hundreds of engineers across the state of Tennessee that are doing that on a regular basis, taking
Surveyor for those services, or do y'all do it?
No, we take a surveyor to get the information, and if it's just an elevation certificate, Alton, where simply I'm filling out that the flood elevations at the finished floor elevation of this structure is at 1,000, I would expect a surveyor to stamp that and provide that information. But if I'm having to actually come up with what that base flood elevation is, because a lot of these streams are not studied, a lot of the bodies of water, you're on a side.
You're taking the elevation information, you're putting that data into like a HEC-RAS model.
Yes, sir.
You're making a determination about what runoff coefficients to use and judgments about what that stream will hold before it surcharges. And
I'm doing the same thing with a grading plan. I'm doing the same thing with other things that we use. Surveyor provides us the base information, and they stamp that sheet. They stamp the sheet that's got the boundary and the topographic survey on it, but then that's the only sheet they stamp. The sheets where I change the grading, where I do drainage structures, where I set up detention ponds, all that are done by a civil engineer, and it has to be stamped by a civil engineer. We've had cases on this board where surveyors have tried to stamp, piping or grading plans, and we have told them they can't do that on various levels. And I just don't, again, there's some other stuff going on this that I probably will not get into, but I think it needs to be pretty clear that that's not, her job is to enforce the rules of the FEMA, but our job as engineers is to anything with drainage and surveyors. She's correct that if it's an elevation certificate, purely elevation, just based on an as-built condition, the surveyor needs to be stamping that. But if it's anything that revolves around analysis of that as-built condition to determine other things, and I may not be saying this correctly, then we as engineers need to be stamping it.
So Robert, I'm thinking her question is it okay for an engineer to stamp the FEMA elevation?
I think the email on the first page, I think that's what she's talking about, right? And that's okay. That's surveyor's work.
Yeah.
If you go to the next page,
Yes.
she starts talking about a pre-construction EC or elevation certificate. Well, there's no such thing. There's no such thing. There's nothing to certify. What she's talking about is calculating the flood profile. That's not surveying. That's engineering. And that's what Robert's saying. I've been to her floodplain management seminar, but she's off base here. That's engineering work.
And it's any engineer in the state of Tennessee can do that as long as they've been trained to do it and are but that's up to the engineer, not up to the.
Robert can do which part of that?
Can do these flood studies and these flood verifications. HEC-RAS, hydro model. There's 100 of them out there you can use. One thing we have to know is that we're competent to do it, and it's not up. as long as we stamp it, we are certifying that we're competent to do it. Now, we may not be, and we may end up causing the entire town to get washed away. But guess what?
You're liable for it.
There you go.
That's right.
It's that person is liable for it, and and we've seen situations where that's happened before. An engineer went above and beyond what they were capable of doing, and unfortunately,
The way this elevation thing works
and
in Knoxville,
you got more of the details on the inner workings than I do.
typically what happens, you can build in certain areas of a flood fringe. Back years ago, we always called it flood fringe. Now it's different zones. You can't build in the floodway, but in just outside the floodway, you can build, but you have to be 1 foot above whatever the regulatory flood. FEMA's regulatory flood is the 100-year flood, but I think Knoxville and Knox County both use, or I know Knoxville uses 500. But so what you're looking for is for the engineer to say, here's the elevation you got to be above. The surveyor comes out there and certifies that the contractor or whomever built the structure at that elevation or above, and you get an elevation certificate, right?
And that goes to a bank or whatever.
Right.
To make
Now,
sure that
the other thing that happens, if there's some construction in the area, like a bridge or something that's potentially going to make water back up, the engineer routes that given flood through the cross sections in the stream and calculates the changes. That's not surveying. No way that's surveying. But she seems to be getting confused because you want to talk about an elevation because you mentioned the word elevation. She goes back to the definition of land surveying and it mentions elevations.
She's interpreting the rule as is.
There's design elevations and there's actual elevations of a floor, and that's what all communities that I know of ask surveyors to validate the elevation that a structure is. We call them the minimum floor elevation.
So a flood elevation is actually a design, kind of a design function.
It's a calculated
Yeah.
elevation at
It's
a
an engineer.
given point in a stream based on the regulatory flood.
It's an engineering problem.
Yes.
So it sounds like,
But an engineer would use a surveyor to go out and do the field-related work to gather elevation data so that they could perform the calculations to determine what that flood elevation
so
would
is this certificate she's asking about, is that getting the number of that design, of that engineered problem?
On the first email, it seemed clear to me. Matter of fact, I really didn't know where Robert was going until I read the second email.
Okay.
But the first email seems, I agree with her.
she's on base.
She's correct. She's asking that surveyors provide these elevation certificates.
Okay,
And that's of
that's just a reading of what the elevation
right,
is.
the structure's there.
Okay.
And
I didn't know.
someone has told this builder, you got to build it this elevation or above.
Okay.
To keep all the cities and counties in good shape with FEMA and to not make your federal flood insurance rates go up, you want to stay in compliance. So if you don't do this, you get hit when they come in and rate you. So that's why we all do that. We don't want our taxpayers to have to pay more flood insurance rate.
Well, her problem is in interpreting where she is.
Calculated.
By engineers.
Right.
And you put your seal on it, and you say.
Right. That's your job.
That's your job. So what are we supposed to do, Roxanne?
I think you've given us guidance. Ashley and I, if we're in doubt of what exactly to say, we'll definitely reach back out. But I think we've got the clear answer regarding the purely elevation certificate as the surveyor, and then anything that goes toward an analysis, drainage, any information like that, an engineer that is competent to perform that and stamp it, the statute would allow them to do that.
And to pick and choose consultants, so is that the issue?
That is what I've heard through the grapevine.
And I'll be happy to point her to the meeting, because you all debated it and obviously discussed what engineers can do.
And we could invite her to come at some point
Probably should.
if this is going to be an issue.
Would you say, Robert or Steve, that an engineer could also provide an elevation certificate? No. It needs to be a licensed surveyor.
You mean, do they have the ability? There's a lot of them that have the ability, but
Well,
I think.
I mean, I can go out and run a level, but.
I'm gonna
I
have
mean,
something with a stamp on it for an elevation.
Yeah,
I want a surveyor to do that.
Yeah, I think that's appropriate. Well, we might forget which datum we're working off of.
We might forget the plus and the minus. I'm in the wrong column.
Beyond the elevation certificate, like a, that's really based on, you take the measurements that the surveyor gives you, and the engineer performs the calculations to determine what the actual flood elevation. Yeah, okay, good. So do we have that? Is it pretty clear?
Roxana, would you care to forward us this email?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
We've got, just real quickly, and you've done this too, we've got a subdivision right now. There's a creek over here that's got the FEMA flood elevations on it, but there's a tributary of that creek that comes in. There's no flood elevations assigned to that creek. So we have to take the cross sections from that creek, run the different flooding cycles through it to determine a flood elevation of those units that are going to be up close to the creek, so that those are high enough, because that creek will flood, but it's just not been studied.
The surveyor goes out and gathers the elevation data, the
Correct.
topographic data.
That's
and
correct.
brings it back in and gives it to an engineer.
Right.
The engineer performs the calculations. Okay. Any other questions on that? I think we're ready to move on. Real quickly, the NCAAS conference, I think they've sent out notifications to people about signing up, and
Idaho, is that
yes,
the one? Boise? Yeah.
the people that are going to that are me, Ricky, Kathy,
Going in May, and I may be able to go as well, so we'll look at it, if we're both going or just Ashley.
excellent, okay. All right, good deal. You're in charge of finding a barbecue place.
Registration just opened, I got an email.
Oh, did you really?
You can all go sign up.
All right.
And we voted on that at the last meeting, we got all that taken care
Yeah.
of, so it was kind of out of.
Hey,
my-
no questions about that, I don't think. Model law update? Kathy? I think you.
So the way we left it was that I was to set up a public meeting for the purpose of recording it, and Frank was going to participate, and I don't know if at the meeting or later it was determined that Blair was going to participate also. But as it turned out, Frank's not going to be here tomorrow for the AE board meeting, and he didn't want to start down this path and then not be here for discussion and debate. And in general, when I called him and I said, let's go ahead and set up a meeting or whatever, and then he said, I'm not going to be at the AE board meeting. So as we discussed it, he really wanted to defer and said that he would be happy for us to talk about anything we wanted to talk about, but his preference would be that when we leave the meeting tomorrow, if it's agreeable to the board, that we simply have a motion to set up a committee consisting of me and Frank and Blair to take the next step officially and do some further discussions on the matter. And when I talked to Blair about it, he said that he would send me what he could find, or he would bring tomorrow what he could find relative to a definition of landscape architecture, so that they would have that. And Frank was going to submit, I think there's 2 definitions of architecture out there, if I remember correctly. Actually, you might want to double check me, but there's a NCARB and an AIA document, 2 different definitions that are out there. And so that was it. And there wasn't any public meeting because there wasn't any discussion. So we'll have some of that tomorrow. In the meantime, I did go through 2 different documents that I had. One that was Ashley had sent me. Thank you very much. It was very helpful. And another one that I had my hands on. I can't remember where. NSPE. So it's an NSPE document. And then this was the definition of engineering of all the states that have one. And so I will have for tomorrow. I don't have for our discussion today, but because we're not really doing anything unless y'all just want to talk about it tomorrow. But I did go through and kind of pull out a lot of the features that I saw. My initial thoughts were, as I went through it and I was trying to come up with something, was that it would be a very brief definition. And when I pulled out all the things that I saw in all the different laws, it turned into a full page. Y'all are not going to like that. I didn't like it, I can tell you. But I can share that.
Is that based on the NSPE model law? Or I know that how many states?
I think there's
don't-
36 out of the 50 have a definition, I think. Is that the correct number? Do you remember? I think it's like 36 out of 50. So don't quote me on the exact number.
I thought it was
pretty
higher
close.
than that. I thought we were one of only 8 or 9 that didn't have model law, some sort of model law. But I could be wrong.
I was looking to see if it was in Ashley's document, but I don't see it there. I don't see that you summarized it. Do you remember how many states have it? You don't. It's fine.
I didn't include that in the
I think
memo.
it's like 30-something have it. So, but my point is, I mean, I really did read through every single one of them, and I looked at the bare minimum. If you want to have a definition at all, it basically is a very, I would still say wordy paragraph, but it is a paragraph that almost all of the states start with the practice of engineering is. And then from there are also a lot of states that have very specific definition statements in there, but driven by that state's particular case law, things that have happened that they want to define. And there are a lot of cross-references to incidental, and so we have to make a decision if we're going to include any references to incidental practice of architecture or incidental practice of surveying, et cetera, et cetera. I also have the definition of surveying in case we want to reference that. But there is a lot out there, and I thought it would be a little bit more cut and dried than it is, but like I said, when I pulled out all the things that I thought we ought to at least look at or think about or know of that other states have taken into account, it's voluminous. So I think we probably need, and I'm very anxious to hear y'all's opinion about it in general, but if y'all have thoughts, I'd love to know what some of those thoughts are about how verbose or how limited our definition needs to be if we are going to have one, which I will say I do think we need one still. So Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thanks, Kathy. Ricky?
One thing, what's the guy from Oklahoma's name? Who is Bob Zale? Is that his name? That's right. Bob is both an architect and an engineer. And Oklahoma went through this process. They got a definition. They found through some practice some things that caused them problems. He just might be worth, since you're going through this process, talking to about specifics. And he would be more than willing to.
What's his name?
And I think it's ZAHL.
Something like that. It's all that's right.
What state?
Oklahoma.
He's the guy that runs around with a microphone all the time.
You'll do a lot of listening.
But I think there may be some worthwhile things that he might say about the process.
Well, I guess we're going to talk about this other one that we have relative to interior architecture. That's one of the attorney work products that we got. Did
And
everybody get
actually,
that?
it's from the organization itself, so Susan will bring it up, they'll meet and go over it, and then she'll update everyone.
Is this on the agenda for tomorrow, Roxanne?
It is, the Interior
look.
Design Committee will meet right after the architects and landscape architects, they'll go over it, and then she'll present to the full meeting.
The question about forming the committee for model law with Kathy Frank and Blair, is that
That'll be tomorrow.
on the agenda for tomorrow?
It's there for us to present, but you all didn't set a formal meeting time, so they're just going to hopefully set the future date, whatever you decide to do.
Frank's
Frank's
basically
not there.
what Frank said was he wasn't going to be here. I think he told you that, right?
Correct.
I didn't know until he and I talked 2 weeks ago, and he said, I'm not going to be there, so I really don't want to do a lot of discussion and then have it presented and then not be there to give my perspective on everything. So if we could delay it, I'm happy for there to be discussion in my absence, but then I would like there to be from tomorrow, there be the next formal step. Is that? Okay.
Formal step to form the committee.
Does the committee already exist?
I think it does.
Yeah,
I think we've got the
the-
members.
I think the next step is for some level of the full board to authorize us to start drafting something for discussion. I think that would be the next step.
And I'm assuming we're going to try to take that step tomorrow to authorize that committee to start drafting that.
I think that would be good.
I agree. Okay. All right.
The chairman says that's what we're going to do.
Man.
Need to remind me.
All right. Any other business
I've
to
got
come
two
before
other
the committee?
things.
Okay.
We had decoupling. I'll give you something that I know and then a question. So last month, or last meeting, did we deny somebody? I should look this way. I can't look. Did we deny somebody based on our difference in the decoupling?
I think we did last month.
Okay.
I-
Well, that's
I'm not-
probably,
yeah.
that's fine, but it was because they didn't have their experience.
Timeline, our statute actually says the order in which we have to have everything, and
So they would have
didn't
had
it all.
that, no. So we really didn't deny them. What we did is they have to be registered in Kentucky. That was okay. And when somebody said that, it didn't ring true to me what I heard. We basically said you have to come under our comedy statute. In order to come under our comedy statute, you have to be licensed in another jurisdiction, and then we can bring you in. The order doesn't matter. But since you're not, so it really, what was said was not exactly, however.
Right, we did not deny based on the decoupling decision. It's just, our statute just doesn't let us right now.
Yes, because they were supposed to go get licensed in another jurisdiction and then come here. So I think, from what I've understood, there is I don't know if it'll happen in this legislative session or next year's legislative session. That legislation for decoupling will come up, and it's the engine. Got my red light on.
It wasn't a minute ago. You're good now.
I'm looking. Okay. So it was. I believe they're going to present it. Okay, and I don't know if that's this session or next session for that, but they are studying it and working on just to keep the board in.
Who is they?
The engineering societies.
Okay.
Yes.
The group of all of them?
Yeah. Actually, they formed a committee or a subcommittee or something to study that, or to kind of do what you're doing with the definition, to start looking at legislation. And what spurred it was what happened that last month, which I didn't disagree with it, but at the same time it didn't ring 100% true that it was because of decoupling. It was because of okay, that rings a bell. Okay. The last thing, Mr. Chairman, is I'll be representing this board Friday and Saturday down in Atlanta. There's an MBA meeting on Friday, and a board president's meeting on Saturday. And if it's okay, and this is the reason I'm asking this, I'll send a summary of that meeting. Do I have to clear it through legal before I send it, or can I send it out to the whole group? Because go ahead.
You'll send it to us, and
Yes,
then
I'll
we'll
definitely
disperse
send
it. Yeah,
okay,
absolutely.
Okay. It's issues that the MBAs have, issues that the board presidents have, and it's really kind of a precursor to the zone meetings and to the main meeting. And the problem is I could present it to you in April, but that would be pretty close to the time that you're going to go. So I want to make sure that I get it on everybody. So I just want to make sure okay,
Yes.
very good.
What's the name of the meeting or conference?
Glad you asked. It is wait just a minute, the 2019 NCAAS Board Presidents Assembly at the Atlanta Airport Hilton.
2019 NCAAS member.
Board Presidents Assembly.
Wow.
Get invited.
Well, I'm the board president, right?
Well.
See, when you got the gavel. Yeah, that's probably the reason that it was this week. My guess is. But there will be stuff. I'll give you just a quick, and I know I'm running long. On the NBA side, the customer management system, records advisory group on council, board profiles, committee on NBA charges, the CPC registry use, other topics. Then in the board presidents, David Cox provides an update on council headquarters and developments about the move, treasurer's report, the exam update, obviously lunch, the E3 update, international initiatives, threats to licensure, marketing and public, that kind of stuff. So I'll try to summarize that, but I just want to make sure the right format. But I need to send it to you all, and then you all can disperse, okay?
Kathy?
So I have a question for Roxana. What's the latest on, you said there's going to be a new system by which we receive documents for review? Can you tell us an update?
Wonderful question. So we have already signed up to receive 3 licenses, and it will be Wanda and Cindy from the office, so we'll have 2 people at all times. The licenses for the members, whether it's just the 3 or at some point we go to 2 more people, they're going to be, there's no fee for the programs, and you all will have a direct link to them. So it is nothing you will add to your computer. So it looks wonderful. It's supposed to be a SharePoint kind of system that all of the states can be using. Having said that, by now, 2 weeks ago we thought we'd have it. So we should have it any day now to test. So Cindy and Wanda will test it, and all of a sudden one day you'll just get the link in your email from one of them saying you have 3 applications, 4 applications. The link will take you directly to it. And so it's supposed to be wonderful. We've yet to test it. I had really hoped. I think our land surveyors met 2 weeks ago, and I told them it's here. So we're at that stage of almost any day now.
Audits and reviews?
This is to look at all the applications.
Okay.
So right now, it's a cumbersome system, to say the least. The password kicks you out every chance it gets. It has to be loaded on your computer. In many cases, you're locked out completely. So I run into that with the land surveyors as well. So this is supposed to be much, much better.
And you'll be able to send out individual stuff too, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Thank God, because
Oh,
I
the
have to go-
packages are horrible.
Well, I mean, even just for like a one-pager or something, you have to go get a Microsoft Outlook password because of the way the system here, the security or something. So you have to pop in there. It sends you a number that you type in. You type it in, and then it sends you the email with information added. But you can't send that email to your directory so you have a record of it unless you just drag it and copy and paste it or something. It sucks.
I can't imagine how inefficient you are. I mean, I know how you, I don't mean, you know what I'm saying. I mean,
We get it.
you have been trying to get me stuff to review for,
I think you meant
Weeks.
the inefficiencies that she has to deal
that
with.
she has to deal with. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
We understand.
You know what I mean,
Because they
Wanda.
just kept coming back. I would send it. I would send 2 applications in a zip folder. That would come back. It wouldn't even take that. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, we should, with as much technology and implementations to web that we've done at all the other levels, these applications shouldn't be the difficult piece that they are. So, I apologize. We're almost there.
Is there any other business to come before this committee?
Robert, I know everybody's tired and done, but I just want to make sure that email that's on the iPads we've covered, you had just wanted to discuss, and it does have to do with the FEMA thing, so we might have covered it all. Okay.
Because that FEMA thing, and again, I appreciate having that discussion was that only certain engineers are qualified to do that
Perfect.
analysis.
It all tied.
Yep, and
I
that's
thought so.
not
I just
accurate.
started reading the depth of your email and got lost for a minute. So I think we are done, Chairman. I apologize.
Okay, there being no other business to come before the committee, there's a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second.
Motion to adjourn takes precedence over all other motions, therefore we're adjourned.
Well, I want to add a comment that this may have been the longest engineering committee meeting I've ever been involved with. I need somebody to run a more efficient meeting.
And it's all your fault, Robert.